national officers of the party, which was then came the speeches which seemed to lay out the philosophy of the party. National leader Senator Seraki Dixon said the NDC is a party of ideas, ideology and service with a mission to give Nigeria back to Nigerians.
There are people whose idea is only to build flyovers, including flyovers where they are not necessary. Any other development is brick and mortar, no matter how expensive, if you don't invest in the human capacity. My colleagues and I have a clear vision. So an NDC government, you can be sure that our focus will be national security, investing in the human being, education, healthcare, empowerment, economic empowerment.
As Senator Seraki Dixon reminded the audience of the hard work ahead, former governor of Kano State, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, reminded Nigerians that political stability of the country has always been achieved through by a shared understanding and not by the winner takes it all.
The alliance between Shehu Shagari and Alex Ikweme under the National Party of Nigeria (NPN) helped restore civilian rule and national unity after years of military dictatorship. It is therefore with a great sense of unity and solidarity that as a loyal party member, I support the decision to join the presidential ticket of the NDC to the south. We can only achieve that by continuing to mobilize, to register as INEC to vote, and the NDC to belong to this noble cause.
Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 election, told party members and delegates that NDC has come to turn Nigeria's population into an unstoppable production force for the economic good of themselves, the nation, and the continent.
Nigeria is not a poor country. Nigeria is rooted into poverty, and we will change it. We are calling to reverse this situation and make Nigeria a prosperous country. We want to move Nigeria from poverty, from consumption to production. And that we must do. And we must start doing it by, number one, going with what Rabiu Kwankwaso said. We need unity in Nigeria. We want to unite Nigeria. We want Nigeria to love each other. That is why people think we are changing party. Where we are now, let me assure you, we change because we want to have a place, we have opportunity to build a new Nigeria that is possible.
The National Convention of the NDC on Saturday also turned into a roll call of aspirants for various political offices from Kaduna to Enugu, Adamawa to Lagos, an indication that the promise of the party to usher in a new Nigeria is resonating across political leanings. In Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
Capital expenditure by 26 state governments dropped sharply by over 2 trillion naira in the first quarter of 2026, raising concerns about slowing infrastructure development and growing fiscal pressure ahead of the 2027 general elections. An analysis of financial reports released by the states showed that total capital expenditure fell from 3.79 trillion naira in the fourth quarter of 2025 to 1.59 trillion naira in the first quarter of 2026. The decline of about 2.2 trillion naira represents a drop of more than 58% within 3 months. Capital expenditure refers to government spending on infrastructure and development projects, such as roads, schools, hospitals, electricity, water supply, and housing, aimed at boosting economic growth and improving public welfare. Economic analysts say the sharp reduction may slow infrastructure development, affect job creation, and weaken economic activities across the states. The findings come amid increasing political activities and alignment ahead of the 2027 elections, with experts warning that governments may be shifting focus from long-term development projects to recurrent and political spending. The National Association of Aircraft Pilots and Engineers, NAPE, has warned that the ongoing Jet A1 aviation fuel crisis could threaten flight safety and lead to job losses across Nigeria's aviation sector if urgent action is not taken. NAPE expressed concern over the continued disruption of flight operations caused by shortages in Jet A1 fuel supply across the country. The association said the situation has forced pilots and aircraft engineers to work extended hours due to delayed and rescheduled flights, raising serious safety concerns within the industry. In a statement, NAPE President Captain Bumi Ginde warned that prolonged duty periods increase fatigue levels among aviation personnel, a condition globally recognized as a major threat to flight safety. According to him, fatigue can impair cognitive performance, reduce reaction time, and weaken situational awareness, all of which are critical in managing safe flight operations. The association stressed that the safety of passengers could be placed at risk if aviation workers continue operating under such stressful conditions. NAPE also raised concerns over the financial impact of the fuel crisis on airline operators, noting that grounded and delayed aircraft continue to generate operational costs without corresponding revenue. The body warned that the economic strain could lead to delayed salaries, wage cuts, and worsening welfare conditions for aviation workers. Captain Ginde further stated that financial stress among workers could contribute to distraction and compromise safety standards within the aviation environment. Still to come, Philippine Congress poised to impeach Vice President Sara Duterte. UK's Keir Starmer faces likely challenge following Labour's election defeat. Stay with us.
We are local.
International communities observing why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Philippine House of Representatives is set to vote on the impeachment of Vice President Sara Duterte for the second time, amid deepening political tensions in the country. The impeachment move against Sara Duterte, daughter of former President Rodrigo Duterte, marks the latest chapter in the growing political feud between the Duterte family and President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Lawmakers accuse the vice president of violating the Constitution and betraying public trust through the alleged misuse of confidential government funds, failure to declare assets, bribery and alleged death threats directed at President Marcos, First Lady Liza Araneta, and former House Speaker Martin Romualdez. One of the most serious allegations involves more than $110 million in private bank transactions, reportedly flagged by the country's anti-money laundering agency. House member Terry Ridden, one of the lead complainants, described the impeachment effort as a constitutional account of accountability rather than a political exercise. The House is seeking Duterte's removal from office and her permanent disqualification from holding any government position if found guilty on all 4 impeachment articles. United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer is facing mounting pressure to step down following Labour Party's heavy losses in recent local elections. Calls for Starmer's resignation intensified after Labour lost nearly 1,500 councillor seats across England, with major gains recorded by Reform UK and the Green Party. Labour backbench MP Catherine West urged cabinet ministers to move quickly to replace the Prime Minister, warning she would begin seeking support from colleagues for a leadership challenge if no alternative candidate emerged. More than 30 Labour MPs are reported to have either called on Starmer to resign or demanded a timetable for his departure, including former ally Josh Simmons, who said the Prime Minister had lost the country. Despite the backlash, some senior party figures continue to support Starmer. Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson dismissed calls for a leadership contest, saying such a move would only create further problems for the party. Starmer is expected to deliver a major speech on Monday, aimed at reassuring both the public and Labour lawmakers about his leadership and political direction. Up next is sports news.
Nigeria's Falconets secured qualification for the 2026 FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup after overcoming Malawi Women's Under-20 national team 3-2 on aggregate in their final qualifying fixtures on Saturday. The result confirmed Nigeria's place at the 2026 FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup in Poland and extended the country's remarkable record of qualifying for every edition of the tournament since its inception. Nigeria had earlier defeated Malawi 2-0 in the first leg played in Ikene Remo. Elsewhere, Ghana Women's Under-20 national team also booked qualification after edging Uganda Women's Under-20 national team 3-2 on aggregate. Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen will miss Galatasaray SK's final Turkish Super League match of the season against Kasim Pasar SK after receiving his 5th yellow card of the campaign during Saturday night's victory over Antalyaspor. Despite the suspension setback, Osimhen played a decisive role as Galatasaray secured the league title following an entertaining 4-2 comeback win at home. The Super Eagles forward scored twice in the encounter, helping Galatasaray overturn deficits on 2 occasions to clinch a 4th consecutive Turkish Super League crown in dramatic fashion. Jeremy Doku said last month that he needed to add more goals to his game to be considered one of the best wingers in the world. Is he part of that conversation now? The Belgium international's recent exploits are keeping Manchester City in this season's title race, with another star showing on Saturday's 3-0 win over Brentford. Doku's goal opened the scoring against the stubborn Bees, cutting inside and calling in a delightful finish, just as he did to rescue a last gasp draw of Everton on Monday. The 23-year-old has now scored 4 important goals in his past 3 games: the strike against Brentford, the double at Hill Dickinson Stadium, and his effort against Southampton to help City into the FA Cup final. In tennis, world number one Yannick Sinner began his bid for more tennis history with a straightforward victory against Sebastian Ofner in the Italian Open second round. Victory in Rome would mean Sinner became only the second player after Novak Djokovic to complete a career Golden Masters of winning all 9 Masters 1000 events. The Italian is the form player on the men's tour, having won the past 5 Masters events and has lost just 2 matches in this season. In front of a packed crowd, Sinner swept aside Austria's Ofner 6-3, 6-4 for his 29th successive win at a Masters event. Meanwhile, world number one Aryna Sabalenka suffered a second defeat in 3 matches as she was beaten by Sorana Cristal in the Italian Open third round. She missed 6 match points in a quarter-final loss to Hailey Baptiste at the Madrid Open on 28 April in what was just her second defeat of the year. And just 11 days later, Sabalenka's French Open preparation suffered a further blow with a 2-6, 6-3, 7-5 defeat by Romania's 27th-ranked Cristal. It is Sabalenka's earliest loss since the Dubai Championships in February 2025 and ends a streak of making the quarterfinals or better for 17 tournaments in a row. And that's sports news on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele.
Nigerian record producer and music executive Michael Ajere, popularly known as Don Jazzy, describes rock singer Johnny Drill as the best musician he knows. Veteran actors Kanayo Okanayo and Shola Shobowale honored with Industry Merit Award at the 2026 edition of the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards. And Nigerian influencer Priscilla Ojo opens up about the public scrutiny her husband, Juma Jukes, faced before they welcomed their first child together. Queenette Wokonta has details on entertainment news.
Nigerian record producer and music executive Michael Collins Ajere, popularly known as Don Jazzy, has described alternative rock singer Johnny Drill as the best musician he knows. Speaking on a recent episode of the Creatorium podcast, the Maven Records boss stated that Johnny Drill's sound is unique and unmatched in the Nigerian music industry. He noted that the singer stands out for his versatility as well as his skill in music production, songwriting, and live performance. Don Jazzy further explained that Johnny Drill delivers the same vocal quality during live performances as he does in studio recordings, describing him as a complete musician with exceptional talent. Veteran Nigerian actors Kanayo Okanayo and Shola Shobowale have been honored with the Industry Merit Award at the 2026 edition of the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards. The duo received the awards on Saturday night during the 12th edition of the ceremony held at Echo Hotel and Suites. The recognition celebrated their long-standing contribution to the Nigerian film industry and their influence as 2 of Nollywood's most respected screen veterans. While receiving her award, Shola Shobowale expressed gratitude to the audience, her fans, colleagues, and her children for supporting her throughout her career. Use the opportunities to speak out against xenophobic attacks in South Africa. Nigerian influencer Priscilla Ojo has opened up about the public scrutiny her husband Juma Jukes faced before they welcomed their first child together. Speaking during an interview with media personality Chude Jidowo, Priscilla revealed that many people in Tanzania speculated that Juma Jukes was impotent because he had no child at the age of 35, despite being wealthy, famous, and previously involved in several relationships. According to her, the rumors became more intense because many of his friends and colleagues in the music industry already had children while he did not. Priscilla also recounted the challenges they faced before the birth of their son in August 2025, adding that the speculations continued even after the child's arrival, with some people claiming the baby was born through surrogacy or implantation. The couple held their civil wedding in Tanzania in February 2025 before celebrating their traditional and white wedding in Lagos in April 2025. They later welcomed their first child, Prince Rakim Ayomide Mbakala, in Canada in August 2025.
In his country, they were always saying that, oh, he cannot have a baby, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. They didn't know he was very ready.
So they thought maybe he was impotent because he hadn't had a baby.
Exactly.
Like other musicians.
Exactly. They were even saying it was like implant, like it was surrogacy or implanted or something. Because of, his friends have had babies and everything. They were like, why is it different? Because obviously he's been in past relationship. Yeah. So they were like, there were questions, but he knew when it was time.
It's just something that is hidden because obviously for your husband to be an artist, a popular artist, with friends who are artists, and not to have had any baby mama drama. That's a disciplined man there.
Exactly, that's it.
So he knew what he was looking for.
He knew what he wanted.
And when he saw it,
he
went for it.
Because at the end of the day, you can roll with some certain people and not be like them.
You're focused on your focus.
Exactly, because I'm like that.
That's the entertainment news. Queen Wokunta's Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, signs, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the news by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
For years, petty traders across markets in ENUGU State have been subjected to daily levies, ranging from 100 to 200 naira. Relief has, however, come the way of these traders, as the state government has put an end to the charges, which some people have described as burdensome. At a stakeholders meeting on the harmonization of market revenue collection, organized by the ENUGU State Internal Revenue Service at the Old Government Lodge urge government officials declare such daily tolls illegal. Representing Governor Peter Mba, the secretary to the state government, Professor Chidebere Onya, said the directive is in line with ongoing fiscal reforms targeted at reducing multiple taxation and improving the business climate in the state. He also announced the constitution of a task force to be coordinated by the Office of the Secretary to the State Government to enforce compliance across all markets.
Market toll refers to tolls that are collected from traders without lock-up shops anywhere in the state. This is those that pay 200 naira daily at the market. Those people that sit by the road without shops. Most of you have talked about it. Governor has directed that in line with the new tax laws meant to support the poor, those toll revenue collections is hereby suspended with immediate effect.
When the governor reads out his pronouncements, it becomes our duty to ensure that these pronouncements are adhered to.
While the suspension affects only petty traders without lock-up shops, authorities clarified that traders operating from lock-up shops will continue to pay their annual dues, which range from 30,000 to 36,000 naira. Stakeholders at the meeting, including the chairman of the State's Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Samuel Asado, and market leaders, welcomed the policy, describing it as timely and responsive to the plight of grassroots traders.
Just to find a way to help the government find out a way. Now it's not working. Because they won't lose stores. I don't know what stores. Yes, they do change. And it was supposed to bring change to the grassroots. And that's what we're doing now.
Also speaking, the chairman of the Association of Local Government of Nigeria in the state, Okechukwu Ede, assured that council chairmen will ensure strict implementation of the directive across all local government areas.
I will equally charge my colleagues to go to our respective local governments and make sure that we ensure the directive of His Excellency is being maintained.
Analysts say the suspension of the daily levies could significantly reduce financial pressure on petty traders, stimulate informal sector growth, and strengthen the state's economic base. They note that the policy aligns with Governor Peter Mba's wider reforms aimed at boosting internally generated revenue without overburdening the most vulnerable in Enugu. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV.
We are local.
The international community is observing every. Just finished the Why the main market is in chaos. People are.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
In a quiet agrarian community of Obako, a new chapter in healthcare delivery is unfolding. The newly completed and fully equipped Type 2 Primary Healthcare Center stands as a symbol of the Enugu State government's commitment to grassroots development. Governor Peter Mba, on a supervisory visit, expressed satisfaction with the quality of work, describing the facility as a critical step towards improving access to healthcare in rural areas. The governor emphasized the need for community ownership, urging residents to safeguard the facility to ensure its longevity and optimal use.
It is about the people. These projects are meant and designed to serve our people. So it is incumbent on us to ensure that The money we have invested here, the structure we have put here, the facilities we have put here, and the equipment, that they are serving the people.
The Commissioner for Health, George Ugu, alongside the Executive Secretary of the State Primary Health Care Development Agency, ENUGU and Yocheku, highlighted ongoing reforms in the sector.
Recall that this is the same local government where you have upgraded a small school where they are training you to a College of Nursing Sciences situated in the ENUGU General Hospital. Your Excellency, this is that local government where WHO and you have worked to expand that school and make it accredited. Your Excellency, this is still the same local government where you have cited one of the 2 special oxygen plants that we have in ENUGU State.
We want to thank you for the healthcare workers that you recently approved. That is truly a defining moment in healthcare. Already, Your Excellency, we are recording in thousands the number of babies that have been born.
For the people of Obako, the project is more than just infrastructure, saying it has renewed their hopes.
We are aware and want to thank you also for the NYSC that you are revamping, doing all the roads around it. Your Excellency, I want to also thank you for ENUGU Games Village that has been dilapidated over years. In fact, it's been erased off the planet Earth. But Your Excellency, you are doing a brand new one.
We are happy for what our governor did for us, especially Obako.
As the Enugu State government continues to invest in primary health care infrastructure and personnel, communities like Obako are beginning to witness tangible improvements in access to quality medical services in Enugu. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Igbo Agenda Dialogue, led by Chief Chekwas Okorie, held its second meeting in Abuja on Wednesday, affirming its mission to build a non-partisan platform uniting Igbo groups across Nigeria and the diaspora. The forum announced plans for the first ever Igbo political summit in Enugu in early 2026, where an Igbo political charter outlining the nation's rights and aspirations will be officially unveiled.
The dialogue announced plans to host the first ever Igbo political summit in Enugu in the first quarter of 2026. The summit will feature the formal unveiling of the first Igbo political charter, a document intended to articulate the political aspirations, rights, and responsibilities of the Igbo nation within Nigeria.
The dialogue also addressed long-standing structural and political disadvantages faced by the Southeast since the end of the Civil War, from disparities in state creation and local government allocation to boundary adjustment that weakened the region's economic base. Participants agreed that lamentation must give way to coordinated action.
The meeting noted with concern the long-standing political and structural disadvantages imposed on the Igbo since the end of the Nigeria-Biafra War in 1970. These include disparity in state creation that left the Southeast with 5 states instead of 6 or 7 like other zones. Unequal allocation of local government areas, 95 in the Southeast and 188 in the Northwest. Boundary adjustments that reduced Igbo landmass and transferred the major oil-bearing areas to neighboring states. These actions were identified as systemic attempts to weaken the Southeast economically and politically. The dialogue resolved that rather than continue lamentations, the Igbo must pursue coordinated political action within the framework of Nigeria's existing constitutional order.
With the 2027 elections approaching, the dialogue urged all eligible Igbo people to engage actively in the electoral process to regain political influence. It also confirmed that its political mobilization strategy will be presented at the forthcoming Igbo Political Summit for adoption in the new Igbo Political Charter.
The IAD resolved that all eligible Igbo people must actively participate in future electoral processes, beginning with the 2027 general election. Unity of purpose and mass political participation were identified as key strategies to redraw the political map of Nigeria and restore dignity and equitable representation to the Igbo nation.
The meeting ended with a renewed commitment to unity, discipline and political vigilance, with leaders expressing confidence that a coordinated approach will address decades of marginalization. In Abuja, Chimeze Zadima reporting for Signature TV News.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Nigeria appears to be entering a troubling phase where insecurity is no longer a distant concern but a daily reality, casting its shadow over communities, highways, markets, and increasingly the nation's schools. The recent surge in kidnappings has unsettled citizens and raised serious concerns about the effectiveness of the country's security architecture across several states. Fear has become a constant companion. Travelers now avoid certain routes, farmers abandon their farmlands, and families adjust their daily routines around the unpredictability of violent attacks. Citizens have continued to voice deep concern over the worsening security situation.
In fact, to me, I'm not safe. I don't think I'm safe here. It's just there's nothing we can do than the government to plead on the government to, work very hard to make sure that everyone is safe. Because you don't have gun, I don't have gun. So there's nothing I can do than to just look unto God and cry unto, that's the way we have been doing, cry unto the government to please, whatever they think they can do under their watch to make sure that these guys, they don't get hold on us, because hey, I'm afraid if they come, while are they, no be small thing.
We need more security men in this country. And secondly, these security men should be deployed to their own states.
The rate of insecurity in Nigeria is getting high, and everybody seems to be insecure. But what is happening is getting out of hand.
We are not happy as a citizen that our fellow citizens are falling down. Both the army and the innocent children, especially school children, the way they are falling on daily basis, we are not happy.
Seeing our old women being kidnapped, being robbed in this country that we call Giants of Africa, it's so bad. And the current government, they are not doing anything to what is happening.
Businesswoman Ifeoma Aneke says many residents are now too afraid to sleep soundly in their homes.
I don't think anybody feels safe. Aside me, I don't think anybody feels safe for what is happening in Nigeria presently, because the kidnapping, the bandits everywhere, the killing, everybody is so scared. Even to sleep, if you are sleeping now, I don't think people are sleeping with their eyes closed. If you hear any noise anywhere, you just wake up, because everywhere is not safe in Nigeria presently.
Christian Aminu called on relevant authorities to ensure the deployment of security personnel to churches, schools, and other public institutions to guarantee safety for citizens while carrying out their daily activities.
I think the government should try by all means to adopt a system whereby there will be security agencies that will be released to churches, schools, and other infrastructures that at least the people can be safe when they are around their place of duty and workplaces.
Let them mobilize security agents, all the consigns, let them make sure that insecurity is stopped in Nigeria. Some times ago, I had a foreign country planning coming to Nigeria to do something concerning it. And up till now, they are still killing and nothing is done. They should do something concerning it.
These reactions come as state governments adopt emergency preventive measures. In Katsina State, authorities have ordered the closure of all public schools following credible threats linked to kidnapping gangs. Kwara State has also shut down schools due to rising fears of possible attacks, while Plateau State has placed selected institutions on indefinite closure. Findings across the northern region show that over 180 schools have been affected by either temporary or ongoing shutdowns directly linked to insecurity. Residents, however, insist that beyond closures, there is an urgent need for a coordinated and sustained security response to restore public confidence and ensure the protection of lives and property. In Enugu, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Workers across Enugu State converged at the Michael Okpara Square, Enugu, to commemorate the 2026 Workers' Day celebration, with labor leaders and government officials emphasizing the need to improve the welfare of workers to adoption of a better approach to fight insecurity and poverty in the country. In his address, the Commissioner for Labor and Employment, Felix Nnamani, described the 2026 Workers' Day observance as unique because of the transformational leadership in the state. He commended Governor Peter Mbah for his commitment to the welfare of the working class in appreciation of the fact that workers remain the bedrock of any government.
The theme of this year's Workers' Day, insecurity, poverty, the bane of decent work, aligns with Your Excellency's commitment and bold steps to ensure that they are stamped out of Enugu State, which has yielded multiple results as you have tackled them head on.
The chairman of the Nigeria Labour Congress in Enugu State, Fabian Wibo, said Workers' Day remain a moment to honor the sacrifices, dignity, and contribution of heroes past and present. Wibo lamented the levels of insecurity in many parts of the country, which he said makes it nearly impossible for Nigerians to operate in decent and safe working conditions.
Your Excellency, we are appealing sincerely that you direct that immediate action be taken with regards to the issue of this minimum, that 2,000 minimum pension, and then the gratuities. Your Excellency is sincerely urged to consider and direct the payment of consequential adjustments to workers of Enugu State, as the new minimum wage act does not contain consequential adjustments.
Chairman of the Trade Union Congress, Simon Akeme, stated that workers should not only provide income, but also dignity, stability, and hope. He highlighted the devastating impact of insecurity and inflation on workers and described the current economic realities as abnormal.
Poverty at the same time continues to deepen, even among working population. Many workers, despite being employed, can no longer meet their basic. Your Excellency, inflation has toppled and crippled the economy of workers.
The Deputy Governor Ifeanyi Osai, who represented Governor Peter Mba at the event, stated that the administration is ever committed to improving the state and its workforce. Addressing the theme of the celebration, insecurity and poverty, the bane of decent workers, Osai urged workers and stakeholders to continually task themselves on ways to improve productivity while appreciating efforts of state workers towards building a better ENUGU state.
We must begin to add context in your annual celebrations to begin to give meaning, theme of today's event. If you want to chase out poverty, you can't chase out poverty if you're not attempting to tax your head and get creative.
There are high expectations that beyond the May Day observance and speeches, there should be concrete policies and actions that would translate into safer working environments and improve living standards for Nigerian workers. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebuna, Signature TV News.
You don't tire for this picture? Or ya make you follow Unorodo? Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you, sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal can reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, not our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
A mammoth crowd filled
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I hope you enjoyed your weekend because I did too. I had a fun-filled weekend. Not just about the whole it's a weekend vibe. It's the fact that social media was buzzing. I mean, AFVCA happened during the weekend and we're all stunned by the award, by the outfit, the cultural festival, the after party. Every single thing that happened on social media was actually tagged AMVCA, AMVCA, AMVCA. In fact, most of us attended through social media. Yes, I was there live and direct, but through social media. Anyways, this is eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta. I'll be walking you through few stories, and after that there's a twist to social trend today because we will be reviewing the Africa Magic Viewers Choice Award. I'll be doing that with someone that's not new. You've actually seen him before. So first of all, let's talk about what is trending in the entertainment industry. Nigerian record producer and music executive Michael Collins Ajera, popularly known as Don Jazzy, has described alternative rock singer Donny Drill as the best musician he knows. Speaking on a recent episode of the Greatorium podcast, the Maven's record boss stated that Donny Drill's sound is unique and unmatched in the Nigerian music industry. He noted that the singer stands out as his versatility, adding that he is skilled in music production, songwriting, and live performance. Don Jazzy further explained that Donny Drill delivers the same vocal quality during live performances as he does in studio recordings, describing him as a complete musician with exceptional talent, and we second that. Okay, I know some people will say I'm not part of that. I second that. Actually, Donny Drill is an exceptional singer. He's an outstanding artist. His beats, his sound, his solo, his lyrics, every single thing, including his voice. It's so outstanding. Honestly speaking, if you want to talk about, if you actually have an event like a wedding, right? A birthday party, a Mother's Day event, I would recommend Johnny Drill to you, especially for weddings, because he has that sound for it. You want to have couple dance, couple first dance, Johnny Drill is the best for you. One of the best, right? So let's talk about how he has evolved, how his friendship with Don Jazzy has been, his time in the Mavens, his collaboration with people, and how he has kept his family so strong. He has a beautiful wife and a daughter that we were all stunned about, right? So Johnny Drill is not just an artist, he's an exceptional personality. I think he's a very chill, cool person, and that attributes to his music. So if Don Jazzy says he's the best artist, I think I understand him, because Johnny Drill is not doing the normals, the normal Afrobeat, the normal amapiano, the normal hip hop and all. His songs are actually soulful most times. You can feel it in his voice. You can feel it in his sound. It's as if you recorded the song with him. So when he says he's an exceptional artist, I will second that. Actually, if I have the money, Johnny Drill will be present in my wedding, and that is not even a lie. In fact, Johnny Drill will sing the song that I and my husband will dance to. For real, for real. Anyways, that was on the lighter note. Let's move forward. So veteran Nigerian actors Kanayo Okanayo and Shola Shobowale have been honored with the Industry Merit Award at the 2026 edition of the Africa Magic Viewers Choice Awards. The duo received the awards on Saturday night during the 12th edition of the ceremony held at Echo Hotels and Suites. The recognition celebrated their long-standing contributions to the Nigerian film industry and their influence as two of Nollywood's most respected screen veterans. Now, while receiving the award, Shola Shobowale expressed gratitude to the organizers, her fans, colleagues, and her children for supporting her throughout her career and making motherhood easier for her. Kanayo, on his part, used the opportunity to speak out against xenophobic attack in South Africa. I mean, I actually enjoyed his speech. He sounded as a veteran. He sounded as an elder. He sounded as someone that has made so many sacrifices. I'm sorry I can't review the video, but he actually made that statement. He literally made that statement. Shola is God. What do they call children that are always playful, hyperactive, right? She is like the life of the party. If Mommy Shola is she's actually a powerful woman. She's actually a strong woman. I think they should actually wish, if they want to attribute Mother's Day and maybe attribute best mothers in Nollywood, best female actors that play, female actresses that, female actors, oh my goodness, female actors that play the best mother role. Shola will be part of mothers that are strong, mothers that will go through any extent for their children. Mothers that has power, mothers that has courage, mothers that are go-getters, mothers that will put you in your place, mothers that will discipline you. Shola is actually a true definition of an African mother. She doesn't even want to know how old you are. She will knock you on the head. You know. So when that award was given to her, I was just remembering Wedding Party, King of the Boys, name them, right? Most of the outstanding movies. And to think that her daughter just got married last weekend, and we get to see that she danced same dance that she danced in Wedding Party when her daughter, who was Adesua, was getting married. right? Why did I say she's outstanding? Because when she was called up stage, she has this charisma of excitement. And there's something I noticed about her too. Whenever she speaks, she's expressive. Like, she uses her hands, you know, she uses her hands, she uses her body, her face, everything. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, this is not just about movie. This is about who she is exactly. She came up, she cracked a little joke, she showed how excited she is, she showed how expressive she is, how gratitude was filled in her, because it is one thing to be nominated and it is another thing to win. She was not nominated. It was said that, oh, they'll be giving merit award to veterans, and it's a great thing that she was picked out of all our veterans to be given this award. Let's talk about Kanayo Okanayo. Kanayo Okanayo 9 sacrifice is actually 9 sacrifice, because he knows how much sacrifice he has done to get to where he is. The fact that he had to talk about the xenophobic attack made me wonder, and I'm like, God, you actually said what people would actually want to hear. You are indeed a veteran, and you are indeed our 9 sacrifice, because when you look at his movies, it's not just about the way he speaks and the way he moves. It's about the way he portrays himself, the way he carries himself, and the way he plays each role properly. He gives that outstanding elder. And yes, of course, we'll say, oh, he always acts movies that tend to show that he's a ritualist, and oh, he's literally not a ritualist. It's interesting that he knows how to play those roles, and he was recognized for it. And you know, one thing outstanding about movie and being an actor is that you can be able to play a role, and it's as if the roles you play has taken over you, and you now stand out for it. Let's talk about Patience Ozoko, Nkemu, Aki Popo, and the rest. Imagine that most of us call them Aki Popo instead of their real name. We call Kanayo 9 sacrifice instead of his real name. We call Patience Ozoko Susu. Now we have the new one, Monica, Mama Monica. So most times it's the role you play that tend to kind of change your identity and not really change who you are. So congratulations to the both of them. It is well merited. All right, Nigerian influencer Priscilla Ojo has opened up about the public scrutiny her husband Juma Jukes faced before they welcomed their first child together. So speaking during an interview with media personality Chudejido Wo, Priscilla revealed that many people in Tanzania speculated that Juma Jukes was impotent because he had no child at the age of 35. Despite being wealthy, focused, and famous and previously involved in several relationships. Now, according to her, the rumors became more intense because many of his friends and colleagues in the music industry already had children while he did not. Priscilla also recounted the challenges they faced before the birth of their son in August 2025, adding that the speculations continued even after the child arrival, with some people claiming the baby was born through surrogacy or implantation. The couple held their civil wedding in Tanzania in February 2025 before celebrating their traditional and white wedding in Lagos, Nigeria in April 2025. They later welcomed their first child, Prince Rakim Ayomide Mbakala, in Canada in August 2025. Let's listen to what she said.
This country, they were always saying that, oh, you cannot have a baby, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. They didn't know he was very ready.
So they thought maybe he was impotent because he hadn't had a baby.
Exactly.
Like other musicians.
Exactly. They were even saying it was like implant, like it was surrogacy or implanted or something. Because of, you know, his friends have had babies and everything. They were like, why is it different? Because obviously he's been in past relationship. So they were like, there were questions, but he knew when it was time.
It's just something that is hidden because obviously for your husband to be an artist, a popular artist, with friends who are artists, and not to have had any baby mama drama. That's a disciplined man there.
Exactly, that's it.
So he knew what he was looking for.
He knew what he wanted.
And when he saw it,
yes,
he went for it.
Because at the end of the day, you can roll with some certain people and not be like them.
You're focused on your focus.
Exactly. Because I'm like that.
So with that being said, it is very, very funny how people can reason. I mean, I get their fear, I get their speculation, I get their doubts, because, you know, when you're circulating, you know that whole thing they say, show me your friend and I'll tell you who you are. Birds of a feather flock together. And you're actually in the music industry. There's this say about people in the music industry. It's funny thinking about it. And, you know, the fact that you're in the music industry and you have friends that are also in the music industry and you do not have a child, but they all have a child. They have children, actually, and they're not married yet. It's funny. And you've actually been in past relationships before you met this person. So, you know, I also get why they were surprised that she was married around April, February, and now she already has a child in the month of August. I get that. I literally do get that. That's because it is quite interesting. At what point to what point? You know, when people calculate your pregnancy for you, they're like, when? So that means you were pregnant before you got married, you know? So they were thinking is surrogacy, right? They were thinking is an implantation, like she's not the one that carried the baby to term. Maybe someone did and she had to, because yes, there was a time, the speculation was everywhere. I think during the headies that people were like, oh, she's pregnant, there was a little bomb, while others was like, oh no, she's not that, she kind of has a little fuba. Her tummy is not entirely flat. There's a whole lot of talks then. So when they now get to find out that she's pregnant, they were like, no, it's surrogacy. Now these same people are the ones that said maybe the man is impotent. How can an impotent man birth a child? Be it surrogacy. How can that person birth a child? People they talk. People actually they talk, because I don't know how. And one thing I like is the fact that he's very disciplined. Music industry has this whole stereotype about artists and expecting them to be out there, expecting them to be with different kind of women, expecting them to have children. They expect them not to be disciplined, not to be faithful, not to be upright. But he now comes off as someone that is the direct opposite of this whole stereotype. And people now tend to wonder, that means is either he's what do they call it now? He's impotent, or he doesn't like women. But I'm happy that at least out of 100, 1 out of 100, there's somebody that they consider, oh, he's disciplined, he didn't do something like this. And kudos to him. I would say that Priscilla is actually a very lucky woman. So moving forward, Nigerian comedian Bovi Uboma and South African artist Nomzamo Matha stirred reactions after recreating the viral snub moments involving Nollywood stars Funke Akindele and Toyin Abraham. The dope reenacted the controversial scene on Saturday during their hosting segment at the 2026 edition of the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards held in Lagos State. The original incident occurred during the premiere of The Return of Arinzo, a movie by Iyabo Ojo in March 2026, where Funke Akindele reportedly ignored Toyin Abraham in public amid rumors of the rivalry between the actresses. So following the incident, both actresses unfollowed each other on social media, with Iyabo Ojo later accused Toyin Abraham of breaching a peace agreement involving Akindele. So take a look.
Acting movies is all about drama, right? So because we have all our stars, most of them in the building today, and to avoid drama, I personally ensured Funke Akindele sits to the extreme left, Toyin Abraham is to the extreme right. Imagine a world Dear Tony Abraham comes on stage to present the award for Best Supporting Actress tonight. And Funke is nominated in that category. And then Funke wins. Wait, let me be Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, and the winner is Funke Akindele Award. Auntie Funke. Auntie Funke. I hate you. If I ever present award to you, you can call me Bastard Post.
This one actually cracked me up when I was scrolling on social media. I saw this and I'm like, this is actually so funny and interesting because what actually gave them the idea to recreate? That's why Bobby is actually a very great comedian. That was so spontaneous. I'm not sure they planned that. You know, they just tend to do something to. Honestly, this hosting thing is not easy. They just tend to do something that will make people laugh and all. And I love the way they acted it. Martha gave an astounding display. She actually gave the whole "I'm not interested in talking to you" attitude, and you know, everything that has to do with that whole drama that happened during the premiere of Return of Arinzu. We actually hope they reconcile this, you know. And you know one thing with Bobby, when he posted this, he was like, "Happy Mother's Day to all of you." That's so funny. Anyways, that's what I have for you in the news segment. We're going on a short break. And coming up next is Social Trend. You don't want to miss out on this. So just go, refill your glass of water, juice, or wine, and maybe your popcorn, and come back, sit tight while we enjoy this particular segment. So stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV. plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken this move before.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. This particular segment is going to be heated because the person sitting at my left-hand side is hyper at this point in time because he was engrossed with the whole AMVCA and the award. So Africa Magic Viewer Stress Award was one of the biggest entertainment events of the weekend, bringing together top stars from across Nollywood and the Africa entertainment industry at a Go Hotel and Suites. The event was filled with memorable moments, major wins, emotional speeches, fashion highlights, and viral social media conversations. Veteran actors Kanayo Okanayo and Shola Shobowale received Industry Merit Awards in the recognition of their long-standing contributions to Nollywood. Another moment that got people talking was the comedic reenactment of the alleged snub between Funke Akindele and Toyin Abraham by host Bovi Uboma and Nomzama Bata, which quickly sparked reactions online. The ceremony also celebrated outstanding films, actors, producers, and content creators who have shaped the African movie industry over the past year. Fashion remained a major attraction, with celebrities arriving in glamorous and creative outfits that dominated conversations on social media throughout the weekend. Beyond the awards, the AMVCA once again highlighted the growth and global influence of Nollywood while creating moments that kept fans entertained both at the venue and online. So let's take a look at some emotional moments of the award acceptance speech.
Supporting roles are where actors prove they don't need to carry the entire film to leave a mark. One scene, you can't forget them.
Yes. These performances not only support the leads, but the stories we see are better because they exist. Sorry, 1 second.
I would like to thank God, my family, my amazing co-stars. What? This is for every girl who was told she was not good enough. What?
You're presenting an award. You're not accepting one.
I know that.
But you were just giving an acceptance speech.
I know that.
Okay, so we clearly know she was nominated last year and she didn't win. So she's clearly still processing it. But we forgive her for that?
Yeah, I'm fine now. I'm over it. Yeah, let's move on.
Okay, if you say so, the nominees for Best Support.
What it means to be a modern trailblazer.
Her journey began with Africa Magic's Hush and Unbroken. Since then, her rise has been undeniable. From Thin Line to Behind the Scene to her 2026 hit, Monica. She's changing it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 2026 AMVCA Trailblazer Award goes to Uche Montana.
God decided to show off.
to present this evening Industry Merit Award sponsored by Johnny Wong.
Seven days before Tekilumonji came out, I lost the most important person in my life. I lost my mom, my guardian angel, my prayer warrior, my best friend. I created a buzz for her by the special grace of God, but she didn't get to watch it.
That's for her, bro.
Thank you, Jesus. I know my mom is throwing a party right now on my phone.
Ian bisa jikamba. Ian bisa jikamba.
I am very delighted to be here. This is for Africa. For everyone who works as cast or crew. We know what those days, from even before 1992, many of us are no longer in good health. Many of us have gone back to the villages. Many of us have passed on. And sometimes, when you appear before a stage like this, you ask yourself, what have I done to be around till now? Yes, I have made a lot of sacrifices.
They were here when there was no blueprint, no roadmap, and no guarantee any of these would work.
Films, from the tension of dangerous strains and family on fire to becoming a household name as Twin Tomato in Super Story, her range has been our industry's heartbeats. When she stepped away at the height of her
Good evening, everyone. Wow. Linda, you think say you go carry and go home and go carry? First of all, I'd like to say a very big thank you to God Almighty for keeping me till this day to have this. I thank my family, one of them. All the days I lived at my home, when the little run everywhere from one location to another, one city to another, one village, their home. Missing the motherly touch, but God kept them for me. I say a very big thank you for their support and love. Without you people, my friends, my colleagues, directors, producers, EPs that believe in me, I say a very big thank you. And I'll move further.
without my fans, Osishola. And I thank you all for making me still relevant. No, TJ. Thank you very much. Thank you. I love you all. Oh, God, I love you. Oh, God, I love you. Thank you.
All right, that was so exceptional. So joining me for this, should I call it a review now, is Franklin Sochima. He was here sometime during the Met Gala review. He's actually a fashion designer, and right now we're going to be talking about the Africa Magic Viewers Choice Award. This guy has been heated inside the studio for the past 30 minutes. So we're going to use this moment to say everything we got to say. So thank you very much, Franklin, for joining me for the second, third time. How you doing?
I'm fine. Good afternoon.
He actually texted me on WhatsApp and he was like, "Are you seeing the cultural day outfit?"
It was so nice.
I didn't watch
it was
it live.
amazing.
I didn't watch it live, but I was following up on social media. You're a fashion designer. I know we talked about Met Gala. So compare Met Gala and AMVCA.
Yeah, you can't compare the two because Met Gala is for fashion. They raise money for fashion. So it's AMVCA is an award, not a fashion.
I think you got it out. You got it over there. But let's talk about their outfits. Let's give AMVCA the award that they won.
Yes. Good. AMVCA, like these designers, you can hear Abbas woman, talking about how he started from November to design that Nana's outfit from November. He said that he tested Nana and started working. He tested Nana November and started working towards that outfit January until the last day of the AMVCA, a night before the AMVCA. That was what he said. And you see these people, their creativity is so mind-blowing. And it's so amazing.
I saw funny ones, sorry.
Yeah, some people are, but majority of our stars are looking so nice.
Would you say the men actually outdid themselves this year?
Yes, they outdid themselves. None of
so
them
intentional.
Like none of them, especially the cultural night. Yes. That Friday night was something else. Yes. I was seeing this man. I was seeing different type of Abada I haven't seen before. Different type of Ishagu I haven't seen before. Like, so it was so nice, so good. And
something more interesting is their shoots. The shoot they upload on their Instagram.
Yes.
It's so different from whatever that is being displayed in the red carpet.
Yeah. You know one thing now, I saw a video from Instablog, and when you watch that video, you see that I'm sorry, I'm not being disrespectful, but you see that the quality of that camera is not good enough to show the beauty of this outfit. But when you watch some videos,
they posted themselves.
Not even they posted themselves, by some, Lagos paparazzi, some people. You see how clean it is a video. So some people come with a kind of camera that is not so good. So I think their outfits are very, very good.
They outdid themselves. Even in the main award itself, they actually outdid themselves.
So in the main,
what was that what's her name now? Queen, right?
Yes, Queen, yeah.
Why on earth was Queen wearing bread?
I think she's a baker.
So she had to display to
Yeah. She was selling her market. That's what she said. She was like, my bread is milky, my bread is soft, you will like it.
Okay.
She was saying about this.
So this one now, that's the house thingy. I was wondering how she's gonna work on that.
No, it's just like you.
I didn't even ask who won best dress for this.
It was, I think I saw So like on TikTok.
So best dress.
Yeah. I don't know, like
So one digital content creator.
No, I'm talking about like that night, because there wasn't a best dress for the award day. It was that Friday night.
Cultural
day they had it. I think it's so like so.
Are you agreeing? Sometimes I don't blame judges.
Yeah,
I don't blame judges.
A lot of outfits were
just so much. So they will rather pick the one that people will least expect than to put people on their toes.
Yeah, put people,
so just imagine like Osas is always
like Osas never disappoints. Osas won the best.
Do you realize that her outfit for that award. I'm not talking about the red one now. I'm talking about the white silver one. Do you know it's iron sponge?
I think 400 pieces.
Of iron sponge.
Even the what's it called again? The host was again. She uses about 30,000 lashes to make a dress. Vicky James is something else. And you see, Vicky James, I think people goes to Vicky James for to learn from Vicky James.
Yes.
But I don't know, like
if
I don't know what's in her
in
mind.
You. We know that advert that they say peak is in you.
I'm telling you.
That is exactly what's happening. So let's talk about the award generally, right? Now you've been ranting and ranting.
Oh my God.
You've been shaking and shaking. Did you see the part where we just displayed it, where Uche Montana gave a fake speech and she was anxious?
Yeah,
I saw a video where her sister was making a video of herself where you could actually see her heart beating.
Yes.
Like she's shaking
She was shaking.
oh God.
Yeah, I saw the video.
She was nominated last year and she didn't get to win. So it's more like I'm nominated this year again. God, just surprised.
She wasn't nominated. She wasn't nominated in
but
any
she was
category.
just given given the Trailblazer. So now, what's your take on that Trailblazer? Because she had her movies she has featured in was Mention, Hush, Thin Line, and Behind the Scenes, and of course Monica. So what's your take on that?
I think she deserves that award. Like she really deserves it. And Uche Montana have been working so hard. Like we know when Uche Montana started, like we are calling her a YouTuber, like your YouTube actor,
Actress.
Yes. So Uche Montana is doing, and she looks good. She knows how to act. I still wonder, like that Thin Line is very nice. Her character there was so good. Even what she did in Monica, like her character too in Monica was very good. Even in what's it called again? Although she did not have any major role in behind the scenes, but what she displayed in behind the scenes was so good. So that's a credit. She deserves that award.
So let's talk about Uzarikwe.
Oh, sorry.
That's the one that was giving you tension because you're like the fun part about Uzarikwe's part. I saw a video that someone just did. I think the person just said, "Okay, let me even capture this moment and let's see if at the end he's being called." In that video, Uzarikwe was literally pressing his phone, like when. I know Shosa go win this thing, so make I just absent-minded, like. Let me just be. And he was pressing his phone. He was shocked when he was called, right? So what's your take on that? Because that category was actually tense. People that was nominated are actually great actors and great lead actors. So what is your take on that?
I give credit where it is due. And I watched Colors of Fire. I watched a lot of movies in that category. Uzarikwe, I'm sorry to say this, you're a good actor, but he doesn't deserve that award. We all watched what's it called again? To Kill a Monkey. What Williams Benson did with his role there, the major role. This guy gave us emotional scene, the rugged scene, a lot of scenes, like a lot of character. So you see that this man is like, I don't know, like he's something else, Williams Benson.
So are you saying sorry, let me cut you, right? Are you saying the movie that was called for Uzarikwe is not supposed to be the movie to make him compete? Because Uzarikwe is also a great actor.
I'm not like, I'm not, if he was nominated for Behind the Scenes and he won as best actor in Behind the Scenes, that is little role he played in Behind the Scenes that is nominated him for best supporting, if that he won it, because what he did in Behind the Scenes is better than what he did in Colors of Fire, because I watched Colors of Fire. That's a Yoruba, that's the worst performance I've seen Uzarikwe perform.
Really?
I'm telling you the truth. The performance was so, I don't want to be disrespectful, but it was terrible. I'm sorry. Yes, it was terrible. It's not something good to, I've seen Uzarikwe perform.
Yeah.
I've seen this man, like what he did in Tribe Called Judah, that's his snack stuff, what he did in in this Bimbo Ademoyo's movie. I've seen this guy perform. So for him to win award with that performance in Colors of Fire, That was so terrible.
So
like,
you're
to be
saying
honest.
that would have been the movie?
No. And he took a lot of, like, and people are now doubting AMVCA. Are they giving this award based on merit? Because
he was nominated last year.
Was he nominated last year? I don't think so.
He was.
He was nominated. I don't think he was nominated last year. One of the best actors, but Thin Line, he wasn't nominated. I'm very sure about that. But Thin Line was his major movie, yes.
You know why I said he was nominated? I was thinking about the fact that he was nominated.
Yeah, it doesn't of 2025 because he was featured in a lot of movies.
So many movies.
He was featured in a lot of movies, and we all saw that this guy knows how to play, Odogu, all this big Igbo, big man stuff, So we have seen this guy perform now. But for you to give Uzarupe that award, Colors of Fire.
I think that was why.
A lot of people are talking about it. Yes, that's why he was shocked because we all know that Buchi Franklin is going to win the best supporting actress, best supporting actor, and him, he will win. What's it called again? Williams Benson will win the best actor because the best series so far I have ever seen in my life from Nigeria movies is To Kill a Monkey. I'm telling you, well organized, everything was so organized. So for you to rob that man who have been working for a long time, since the time of Ajoje 2017.
Everybody has grace. I would not say he does not. I won't say that it wouldn't have been for him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I give credit. It's something like as what's it called? What's her name again? Linda was telling the husband in an interview, "Baby, you know how I was asking for one." And all of a sudden,
you got to.
So that kind of stuff inspires me because you can be asking God for one favor, all of a sudden God will give you 10. So it's like Linda's what's it called? Linda's award I saw it as a miracle.
Sorry, would you say that Uzaruke would have maybe gotten the Trailblazer?
Yes,
award?
exactly.
Because Uzaruke has been trending since 2024 till now. So would you say he would have won the Trailblazer award? Other than Colors of Fire for lead actor.
I think that award, it still belongs to what's it called again? Uche Montana.
So it was a fair one.
Yes, fair one.
We don't have a problem with that one.
Maybe I don't want to say next year because you never can tell the project he's in right now that might maybe win him best supporting actor next year or something like that. So that is it. So the award have been given, but we know that we give credit where it is due. The credit.
Because I saw the way you were ranting, and I'm like, what's wrong with you? Why are you so angry?
That's how people are ranting on social media.
Let's talk about Charlotte.
Scarlett Gomez.
Okay. Scarlett Gomez was supposed to actually get an award.
Yes, that's what she did in behind the scenes.
I'm
telling you, everybody is surprised. Like a lot of people are surprised, like especially Funke fans, because Funke have been there like for the past 4 years now. They've been designing us award. Like we will be here. I don't know why this award is called African Magic Viewers Choice Award. We the viewers have to be voting. Since they stopped voting, Funke stopped winning award. Why? Since they stopped voting, Funke stopped winning award. They keep robbing, they keep robbing Funke a lot of awards. I'm telling you, okay, the time of Tribe Called Judah. Okay, let's say that Adira deserves that award. Adira deserves it. Okay, this time around,
what's happening?
This is behind the scenes. A movie that cost over 2.8 billion or 2.7 billion. So why is she not winning? Why is she not winning? Best movie.
It's okay. Our time is almost up. I saw you were ranting.
No, it's not nice. I nearly cried on Saturday when I was watching this thing, Saturday night. What's this?
I think the judges tried their best to actually give.
No, the award, this Williams Benson, they gave Williams Benson that award.
Williams Benson's case is finished.
Oh my God, it's because I watched the movie.
Don't worry. Next year he will win.
I pray he will win.
So I'm sure you guys enjoyed this particular edition of E-Vibes. Would we be doing reviews anytime soon? I don't know. Keep your fingers crossed. But the show has come to an end. We are done talking about the AMVC. We are done ranting. I'm done talking about the stories that trended during the weekend in the entertainment industry. And the show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow or follow all our social media platforms, and of course enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Wokota. Bye.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People
support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, troops and gunmen clash at Imeziowa, Enugu State as residents flee. High Jet A1 prize, aircraft pilots, engineers raise concern over flight safety, jobs. Philippine Congress poised to impeach Vice President Sarah Duterte. And UK's Keir Starmer faces likely challenge following Labour's election defeat. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Fear and uncertainty have enveloped parts of Imeziowa in Eziagu local government area of Enugu State, following a military operation launched after a reported confrontation between troops and suspected members of the Eastern Security Network, ESN. Residents of Opate Zema, Akuke Umudim, and Abanuzo communities fled their homes as soldiers, supported by armored vehicles and aerial surveillance, stormed the area in what the Nigerian army described as an intelligence-driven operation against criminal elements.
The Opata Ezema, Akuke Umudim, and Abanuzo communities in Imeziowa, Eziago local government area of ENUGU state, have been largely deserted following the deployment of the heavily armed soldiers and armored vehicles to the area. The operation followed intelligence from local vigilante groups concerning the activities of suspected gunmen said to have been operating within the communities since November last year. Eyewitnesses said military helicopters were seen hovering over the area before ground troops moved in with armored tanks and military Hilux vans. Sources within the communities alleged that an exchange of gunfire occurred between the troops and the suspected gunmen, during which some soldiers were reportedly injured. Residents also claimed that some houses were set ablaze while several young men were taken away during the operation. However, in a statement issued in ENUGU over the weekend, the Acting Deputy Director, Army Public Relations 82 Division of the Nigerian Army, Lieutenant Colonel Olabisi Ayeni, said troops of Sector 1 of Operation Udoka, working in collaboration with other security agencies, successfully foiled an attack by suspected members of the Eastern Security Network. According to the statement, the troops were conducting an intelligence-led patrol aimed at flushing out criminal elements and their collaborators when they came under attack from a building within the area. The Army spokesperson disclosed that 3 personnel sustained injuries during the encounter, but noted that the troops successfully repelled the attack, secured the area, and evacuated the injured soldiers to a military medical facility for treatment. The Army further urged residents to remain calm and refrain from harboring criminal elements, assuring that ongoing security operations are being carried out professionally and with a commitment to safeguarding lives and property. Meanwhile, community members, while acknowledging the intervention of security agencies, are calling on the Chief of Army Staff and the Enugu State Government to investigate allegations surrounding the burning of houses and the arrest of some residents said to be innocent. They also appealed for the quick restoration of peace and normalcy to enable displaced residents return to their homes and resume their daily activities.
The Nigerian military says recent air operations carried out in Shiroro local government area of Niger State targeted armed bandits and not civilians, following allegations from residents that non-combatants may have been affected. In a statement issued by the Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Michael Onoja, the Defense Headquarters said the air interdiction missions were based on credible intelligence reports indicating the gathering of armed bandits in Lukupe village on May 9, 2026. According to the military, between late May 9th and the early hours of May 10, the Nigerian Army UAV Command conducted coordinated airstrikes on identified locations, including Katema, Boko, Kusasu, and Kuduru villages in Shiroro local government area. The Defense Headquarters stated that the operation was carefully planned and precisely executed to target terrorist enclaves and hostile armed groups, allegedly preparing attacks on civilian communities and military facilities. However, residents of Gurandinia communities near Kusasu earlier alleged that one of the airstrikes hit their area, damaging houses and causing panic among villagers. A resident, Kasim Abbas, claimed the first bomb landed near a river Kusasu, while another struck Gurandinia community. The Niger State Commissioner for Homeland Security, Barrister Maurice Magaji, said he was still awaiting detailed reports on the incident, noting that such military operations are coordinated from Abuja. Meanwhile, the Defense Headquarters said relevant military formations had been directed to investigate allegations on civilian casualties, while maintaining that the mission achieved its primary objective of targeting armed bandits. The military also urged the public and media organizations to avoid spreading unverified information as security operations continue in the region. The Rivers State chapter of the All Progressives Congress, APC, has released the list of cleared and disqualified aspirants ahead of the party's primaries for the 2027 general elections. According to the party, 33 aspirants were cleared to participate in the primaries, while 65 others were disqualified following the screening exercise. Notably, all 32 aspirants reportedly aligned with the camp of Governor Fubara Similai were disqualified from the process. On the other hand, incumbent members of the Rivers State House of Assembly, loyal to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, were cleared to contest in the primaries. In a statement issued by the State Publicity Secretary of the APC, Chibike Ikenga, aspirants who purchased the House of Assembly expression of interest and nomination forms were advised to check their screening status at the party's state secretariat along Aba Road in Port Harcourt. The party also directed aggrieved aspirants to submit appeals through the APC secretariat. According to the statement, the appeal process is scheduled to take place on Tuesday, May 12th at the party secretariat. Meanwhile, the screening committee listed several reasons for the disqualification of affected aspirants. These include failure to meet party membership requirements, submission of incomplete or invalid documents, inconsistencies in personal records, failure to provide voter cards or membership slips, and irregularities in nomination processes. The committee also cited alleged inducement and attempted bribery of screening officials, as well as issues relating to affidavits and disclosure of educational qualifications. The development is expected to further deepen political tensions within the Rivers APC amid the ongoing rivalry between supporters of Governor Fubara and loyalists of former Governor Nyesom Wike. The Nigerian Democratic Congress (NDC) created a fresh sense of nation building on Saturday when it held its first national convention in Abuja. Though it was an elective convention, speakers at the event opened a fresh national conversation, not of telling delegates to deliver their states, but of creating a mass of economically productive Nigerians and an enduring safe society. Correspondent Nasiru Usman covered the convention and now reports.
The first sign that a significant political movement was about to happen became evident with delegates, party members, and supporters overflowing into the adjoining streets and creating a gridlock. The outpouring of entrants and political heavyweights created a hyper sense of celebration. The election of national officers of the party, which was observed by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, was by consensus.
Move that this August Assembly, this national convention, hereby ratify their election by consensus as enshrined in our party guidelines. I so move.
Then came the speeches which seemed to lay out the philosophy of the party. National leader Senator Seraki Dixon said the NDC is a party of ideas, ideology and service with a mission to give Nigeria back to Nigerians.
There are people whose idea is only to build flyovers, including flyovers where they are not necessary. Any other development is brick and mortar. No matter how expensive, if you don't invest in the human capacity. My colleagues and I have a clear vision. So an NDC government, you can be sure that our focus will be national security, investing in the human being, education, healthcare, empowerment, economic empowerment.
As Senator Seraki Dixon reminded the audience of the hard work ahead, former governor of Kano State, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, reminded Nigerians that political stability of the country has always been achieved through by a shared understanding and not by the winner takes it all.
The alliance between Shehu Shagari and Alex Ikweme under the National Party of Nigeria, NPN, helped restore civilian rule and national unity after years of military dictatorship. It is therefore with a great sense of unity and solidarity that as a loyal party member, I support the decision to join the presidential ticket of the NDC to the south. We can only achieve that by continuing to mobilize, to register as INEC to vote, and the NDC to belong to this noble cause.
Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 election, told party members and delegates that NDC has come to turn Nigeria's population into an unstoppable production force for the economic good of themselves, the nation, and the continent.
Nigeria is not a poor country. Nigeria is rooted into poverty, and we will change it. We are coming to reverse this situation and make Nigeria a prosperous country. We want to move Nigeria from poverty, from consumption to production. And that we must do. And we must start doing it by, number one, going with what Rabiu Kwankwaso said. We need unity in Nigeria. We want to unite Nigeria. We want Nigeria to love each other. That is why people think we are changing party. Where we are now, let me assure you, we change because we want to have a place, we have opportunity to build a new Nigeria that is possible.
The National Convention of the NDC on Saturday also turned into a roll call of aspirants for various political offices from Kaduna to Enugu, Adamawa to Lagos, an indication that the promise of the party to usher in a new Nigeria is resonating across political leanings. In Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
Capital expenditure by 26 state governments dropped sharply by over 2 trillion naira in the first quarter of 2026, raising concerns about slowing infrastructure development and growing fiscal pressure ahead of the 2027 general elections. An analysis of financial reports released by the states showed that total capital expenditure fell from 3.79 trillion naira in the fourth quarter of 2025 to 1.59 trillion naira in the first quarter of 2026. The decline of about 2.2 trillion naira represents a drop of more than 58% within 3 months. Capital expenditure refers to government spending on infrastructure and development projects, such as roads, schools, hospitals, electricity, water supply, and housing, aimed at boosting economic growth and improving public welfare. Economic analysts say the sharp reduction may slow infrastructure development, affect job creation, and weaken economic activities across the states. The findings come amid increasing political activities and alignments ahead of the 2027 elections, with experts warning that governments may be shifting focus from long-term development projects to recurrent and political spending. The National Association of Aircraft Pilots and Engineers, NAPE, has warned that the ongoing Jet A1 aviation fuel crisis could threaten flight safety and lead to job losses across Nigeria's aviation sector if urgent action is not taken. NAPE expressed concern over the continued disruption of flight operations caused by shortages in Jet A1 fuel supply across the country. The association said the situation has forced pilots and aircraft engineers to work extended hours due to delayed and rescheduled flights, raising serious safety concerns within the industry. In a statement, NAPE President Captain Bumi Ginde warned that prolonged duty periods increase fatigue levels among aviation personnel, a condition globally recognized as a major threat to flight safety. According to him, fatigue can impair cognitive performance, reduce reaction time, and weaken situational awareness, all of which are critical in managing safe flight operations. The association stressed that the safety of passengers could be placed at risk if aviation workers continue operating under such stressful conditions. NAPE also raised concerns over the financial impact of the fuel crisis on airline operators, noting that grounded and delayed aircraft continue to generate operational costs without corresponding revenue. The body warned that the economic strain could lead to delayed salaries, wage cuts, and worsening welfare conditions for aviation workers. Captain Ginde further stated that financial stress among workers could contribute to distraction and compromise safety standards within the aviation environment. Still to come, Philippine Congress poised to impeach Vice President Sara Duterte. UK's Keir Starmer faces likely challenge following Labour's election defeat. Stay with us.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Philippine House of Representatives is set to vote on the impeachment of Vice President Sara Duterte for the second time, amid deepening political tensions in the country. The impeachment move against Sara Duterte, daughter of former President Rodrigo Duterte, marks the latest chapter in the growing political feud between the Duterte family and President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Lawmakers accuse the vice president of violating the Constitution and betraying public trust through the alleged misuse of confidential government funds, failure to declare assets, bribery, and alleged death threats directed at President Marcos First Lady Liza Arnetta, and former House Speaker Martin Romualdez. One of the most serious allegations involves more than $110 million in private bank transactions, reportedly flagged by the country's anti-money laundering agency. House member Terry Ridden, one of the lead complainants, described the impeachment efforts as a constitutional account of accountability rather than a political exercise. The House is seeking Duterte's removal from office and her permanent disqualification from holding any government position if found guilty on all 4 impeachment articles. United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer is facing mounting pressure to step down following Labour Party's heavy losses in recent local elections. Calls for Starmer's resignation intensified after Labour lost nearly 1,500 councillor seats across England, with major gains recorded by Reform UK and the Green Party. Labour backbench MP Catherine West urged cabinet ministers to move quickly to replace the Prime Minister, warning she would begin seeking support from colleagues for a leadership challenge if no alternative candidate emerged. More than 30 Labour MPs are reported to have either called on Starmer to resign or demanded a timetable for his departure, including former ally Josh Simmons, who said the Prime Minister had lost the country. Despite the backlash, some senior party figures continue to support Starmer. Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson dismissed calls for a leadership contest, saying such a move would only create further problems for the party. Starmer is expected to deliver a major speech on Monday, aimed at reassuring both the public and Labour lawmakers about his leadership and political direction. Up next is sports news.
Nigeria's Falconets secured qualification for the 2026 FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup after overcoming Malawi Women's Under-20 national team 3-2 on aggregate in the final qualifying fixtures on Saturday. The result confirmed Nigeria's place at the 2026 FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup in Poland and extended the country's remarkable record of qualifying for every edition of the tournament since its inception. Nigeria had earlier defeated Malawi 2-0 in the first leg played in Ikane Remo. Elsewhere, Ghana Women's Under-20 national team also booked qualification after edging Uganda Women's Under-20 national team 3-2 on aggregate. Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen will miss Galatasaray SK's final Turkish Super League match of the season against Kasim Pasar SK after receiving his 5th yellow card of the campaign during Saturday night's victory over Antalyaspor. Despite the suspension setback, Osimhen played a decisive role as Galatasaray secured the league title following an entertaining 4-2 comeback win at home. The Super Eagles forward scored twice in the encounter, helping Galatasaray overturn deficits on 2 occasions to clinch a 4th consecutive Turkish Super League crown in dramatic fashion. Jeremy Doku said last month that he needed to add more goals to his game to be considered one of the best wingers in the world. Is he part of that conversation now? The Belgium international's recent exploits are keeping Manchester City in this season's title race, with another star showing on Saturday's 3-0 win over Brentford. Doku's goal opened the scoring against the stubborn Bees, cutting inside and calling in a delightful finish, just as he did to rescue a last grasp draw of Everton on Monday. The 23-year-old has now scored 4 important goals in his past 3 games: the strike against Brentford, the double at Hill Dickinson Stadium, and his effort against Southampton to help City into the FA Cup final. In tennis, world number 1 Jannik Sinner began his bid for more tennis history with a straightforward victory against Sebastian Ofner in the Italian Open second round. Victory in Rome would mean Sinner became only the second player after Novak Djokovic to complete a career Golden Masters of winning all 9 Masters 1000 events. The Italian is in the form player take 2. The Italian is the form player on the men's tour, having won the past 5 Masters events and has lost just 2 matches in this season. In front of a packed crowd, Sinner swept aside Austria's Ofner 6-3, 6-4 for his 29th successive win at a Masters event. Meanwhile, world number 1 Aryna Sabalenka suffered a second defeat in 3 matches as she was beaten by Sorana Cristal in the Italian Open third round. She missed 6 match points in a quarter-final loss to Hailey Baptiste at the Madrid Open on 28 April in what was just her second defeat of the year. And just 11 days later, Sabalenka's French Open preparation suffered a further blow with a 2-6, 6-3, 7-5 defeat by Romania's 27th-ranked Cristal. It is Sabalenka's earliest loss since the Dubai Championships in February 2025 and ends a streak of making the quarterfinals or better for 17 tournaments in a row. And that's sports news on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele.
Nigerian record producer and music executive Michael Ajere, popularly known as Don Jazzy, describes rock singer Johnny Drill as the best musician he knows. Veteran actors Kanayo Okanayo and Shola Shobowale honored with Industry Merit Award at the 2026 edition of the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards. And Nigerian influencer Priscilla Ojo opens up about the public scrutiny her husband, Juma Jukes, faced before they welcomed their first child together. Queenette Wokonta has details on entertainment news.
Nigerian record producer and music executive Michael Collins Ajere, popularly known as Don Jazzy, has described alternative rock singer Johnny Drill as the best musician he knows. Speaking on a recent episode of the Creatorium podcast, the Maven Records boss stated that Johnny Drill's sound is unique and unmatched in the Nigerian music industry. He noted that the singer stands out for his versatility as well as his skill in music production, songwriting, and live performance. Don Jazzy further explained that Johnny Drill delivers the same vocal quality during live performances as he does in studio recordings, describing him as a complete musician with exceptional talent. Veteran Nigerian actors Kanayo Okanayo and Shola Shobowale have been honored with the Industry Merit Award at the 2026 edition of the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards. The duo received the awards on Saturday night during the 12th edition of the ceremony held at Echo Hotel and Suites. The recognition celebrated their long-standing contribution to the Nigerian film industry and their influence as two of Nollywood's most respected screen veterans. While receiving her award, Shola Shobowale expressed gratitude to the audience, her fans, colleagues, and her children for supporting her throughout her career. Use the opportunities to speak out against xenophobic attacks in South Africa. Nigerian influencer Priscilla Ojo has opened up about the public scrutiny her husband Juma Jukes faced before they welcomed their first child together. Speaking during an interview with media personality Chude Jidowo, Priscilla revealed that many people in Tanzania speculated that Juma Jukes was impotent because he had no child at the age of 35, despite being wealthy, famous, and previously involved in several relationships. According to her, the rumors became more intense because many of his friends and colleagues in the music industry already had children while he did not. Priscilla also recounted the challenges they faced before the birth of their son in August 2025, adding that the speculations continued even after the child's arrival, with some people claiming the baby was born through surrogacy or implantation. The couple held their civil wedding in Tanzania in February 2025 before celebrating their traditional and white wedding in Lagos in April 2025. They later welcomed their first child, Prince Rakim Ayomide Mbakala, in Canada in August 2025.
In his country, they were always saying that, oh, he cannot have a baby, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. They didn't know he was very ready.
So they thought maybe he was impotent because he hadn't had a baby.
Exactly.
Like other musicians.
Exactly. They were even saying it was like implant, like it was surrogate. It was like implant, like it was surrogacy or implanted or something. Because of, you know, his friends have had babies and everything. They're like, why is it different? Because obviously it's been in past relationship. So they were like there were questions, but he knew when it was time.
It's just something that is hidden because obviously for your husband to be an artist, a popular artist, with friends who are artists, and not to have had any baby mama drama. That's a disciplined man there.
Exactly, that's it.
So he knew what he was looking for.
He knew what he wanted.
And when he saw it,
he
went for it.
Because at the end of the day, you can roll with some certain people and not be like them.
You're focused on your focus.
Exactly, because I'm like that.
That's the entertainment news. Queen Nwokonta's Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of Development Discourse. My name is Patrick Okibo, the founder Next Year. Next Year is a public policy advisory firm. We're focused on solving Africa's complex problems. Development Discourse is our platform for unpacking many of these issues that ail the continent. Today, we're going to be discussing the trouble with Nigeria. You see, Professor Chebe gifted a lot of things to the world. You know, most of his books, Things Fall Apart, Arrow of God. And my guest today is a keen, ardent follower of Achebe. He prepares many of his discussions with quotes from many of these books. I think his favorite may be Arrows of God. But today, the book we're discussing of our challenges, and that will be our jump-off point. But just to a quick introduction of my guest, he was a Minister of Aviation under President Jonathan. He was Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps under President Obasanjo. He holds several degrees, a master's from George Mason, another certificate in marine and port administration from a university in Singapore. He has a certificate as well from Oxford University, a bachelor's from my alma mater, University of Nigeria and ENUGU campus. But what I find most fascinating about his academic journey is that after leaving office as Minister of Aviation, he decided to go back and get a bachelor's degree in law from Bayes University. And maybe a few weeks ago, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, he finished his exams in the Nigerian Law School and will soon become a lawyer, you know, to that extent. So I find that quite fascinating. And maybe in the course of our conversation, he'll tell us if this is the end of his academic journey or if he's going to take on a PhD. Osita Chidoka, welcome.
Thank you very much, Patrick. My pleasure to be here. Good.
Excellent. And so let's go back to The Trouble with Nigeria. I mean, it was published by Fourth Dimension Publishers. I know your relationship with Ato Nwankwo, you know, who I had the pleasure of meeting once in your company. I wonder if you ever met Achebe in your dealings, especially as an Enugu boy. Did you ever run into Achebe?
Oh, yes. I went with Ato Nwankwo to Onitsha Bridge to wait for Chinua the first time he came to Nigeria after many years of sojourn in the US after his accident. And we met him at the Niger Bridge with Ato Nwankwo, escorted him to Ogidi, and then went back to Enugu. Second time was his 70th birthday with Chief Ojo Madekwe. We went for his 70th birthday at Bard College, where he was teaching at that time. The Iroko on the Eagle was the theme.
Yes.
And I had the rare pleasure of meeting him more closely and also meeting the world's greatest writers. Nadine Kodima was there, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Wole Soyinka, name them, all the Africans of the African Writers series, and then American writers, what's her name? The black woman who wrote Sula.
Yes.
So, yes, Sula. I've forgotten her name now, but she was there. And we had an interesting 2 days at the Bard College, just going through Chinua's literature and all of that. Interestingly, Ato Nwankwo made me buy a land in Emene Enugu. The land was allocated to Chinua Achebe, and he felt I would like to have that land since it was up for sale. So that's my interactions with Chinua in person and over time. I was so happy I met him before he eventually passed on. And I was one of those, him and the family gave the right to bring Arrow of God and Things Fall Apart on stage without paying anything to the company in London who has the rights. So they granted me free rights to displaying Arrow of God and Things Fall Apart.
This is totally out of context of what we want to discuss, but since I have you, what do you find most amazing about Arrow of God? Because you keep going back to it.
Yes, it tells the story of leadership, of hubris, and of something, I won't reveal that now, but something I'm writing about when to stop, how people have to learn when to stop. I'm sure that, using a more contemporary example, if Nasrallah of Hezbollah and Sinwar of Hamas had known that this war with Israel will go this way, I'm sure they wouldn't have done October 7.
October 7 was an example of when they thought that 2006 would be replicated with Hezbollah and Israel in a war that Israel couldn't win, and Israel backed out. But since 2006, Israel had retooled, penetrated the organizations, had information, had even bombed, planted bombs in their pagers and walkie-talkies. That's how far they had penetrated the organizations and walkie-talkies. That's how far they had penetrated the organization.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. We deep dive into the stories, signs, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished the thing. Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
For years, petty traders across markets in ENUGU State have been subjected to daily levies, ranging from 100 to 200 naira. Relief has, however, come the way of these traders, as the state government has put an end to the charges, which some people have described as burdensome. At a stakeholders meeting on the harmonization of market revenue collection, organized by the ENUGU State Internal Revenue Service at the Old Government Lodge, government officials declared such daily tolls illegal. Representing Governor Peter Mba, the secretary to the state government, Professor Chidebere Onya, said the directive is in line with ongoing fiscal reforms targeted at reducing multiple taxation and improving the business climate in the state. He also announced the constitution of a task force to be coordinated by the Office of the Secretary to the State Government to enforce compliance across all markets.
Market toll refers to tolls that are collected from traders without lock-up shops anywhere in the state. This is those that pay 200 naira daily on the market. Those people that sit by the road without shops. Most of you have talked about it. Governor has directed that in line with the new tax laws meant to support the poor, those toll revenue collections is hereby suspended with immediate effect.
When the governor reads out his pronouncements, it becomes our duty to ensure that these pronouncements are adhered to.
While the suspension affects only petty traders without lock-up shops, authorities clarified that traders operating from lock-up shops will continue to pay their annual dues, which range from 30,000 to 36,000 naira. Stakeholders at the meeting, including the chairman of the State's Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Samuel Asado, and market leaders, welcomed the policy, describing it as timely and responsive to the plight of grassroots traders.
Just to find a way to help the government find out a way. Now it's not about it. Because they wouldn't stop. I don't have that stop. He has a big change. And he was supposed to bring change to the grassroots. And that's what I'm doing now.
Also speaking, the chairman of the Association of Local Government of Nigeria in the state, Okechukwu Ede, assured that council chairman will ensure strict implementation of the directive across all local government areas.
I will equally charge my colleagues to go to our respective local governments and make sure that we ensure the directive of His Excellency is being maintained.
Analysts say the suspension of the daily levies could significantly reduce financial pressure on petty traders, stimulate informal sector growth, and strengthen the state's economic base. They note that the policy aligns with Governor Peter Mba's wider reforms aimed at boosting internally generated revenue without overburdening the most vulnerable in Enugu. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
In a quiet agrarian community of Obako, a new chapter in healthcare delivery is unfolding. The newly completed and fully equipped Type 2 Primary Healthcare Center stands as a symbol of the Enugu State government's commitment to grassroots development. Governor Peter Mba, on a supervisory visit, expressed satisfaction with the quality of work, describing the facility as a critical step towards improving access to health care in rural areas. The governor emphasized the need for community ownership, urging residents to safeguard the facility to ensure its longevity and optimal use.
It is about the people. These projects are meant and designed to serve our people. So it is incumbent on us to ensure that the money we have invested here, the structure we have put here, the facilities we have put here, and the equipment, that they are serving the people.
The Commissioner for Health, George Ugu, alongside the Executive Secretary of the State Primary Health Care Development Agency, ENUGU and Yocheku, highlighted ongoing reforms in the sector.
Recall that this is the same local government where you have upgraded a small school where they are training you to a college of nursing sciences situated in the Ogu General Hospital. Your Excellency, this is that local government where WHO and you have worked to expand that school and make it accredited. Your Excellency, this is still the same local government where you have cited one of the 2 special oxygen plants that we have in Enugu State.
We want to thank you for the healthcare workers that you recently approved. That is truly a defining moment in healthcare. Already, Your Excellency, we are recording in thousands the number of babies that have been born.
For the people of Obako, the project is more than just infrastructure, saying it has renewed their hopes.
We are aware and want to thank you also for the NYSC that you are revamping, doing all the roads around it. Your Excellency, I want to also thank you for Ogu Games Village that has been dilapidated over years. In fact, it's been erased off the planet Earth. But Your Excellency, you are doing a brand new one.
We are happy for what our governor, Peter Mba, did for us, especially Obako.
As the Enugu State government continues to invest in primary health care infrastructure and personnel, communities like Obako are beginning to witness tangible improvements in access to quality medical services in Enugu. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides with
Welcome to another edition of news on Signature Television. I am your chief newser, as it were. That position you by either was by selectorate or by electorate position you have put me there. Whichever one, I find myself being the chief newser on this program where we muse, and the news is where we think and talk. And as usual, I say always. In Nigeria now, we are advising that people should think before they talk. But if some people choose to talk before they think, well, we go on like the Igbos will always say, where if a goat is lying on the ground, is lying on his skin. So let's get going with what we have to muse about today. There are so much in the Nigerian news headlines that will draw attention to thinking and talking, but we have only selected few.
so might not be exhaustive in the topics we want to think and talk about today. But one of them is that one that has been trending and is top on the agenda since the last 2 decades in Nigeria is the issue of bandits and terrorism. And recently in the news, you find out that they say all the thriving communities in Nigeria are empty. Many people are running away from their communities, their homeland, and their inheritance, because some people that have been described as bandits and terror are that's chasing them away, burning down their communities, killing them, beheading them, raping, disarming, doing so much things that are tragic to them. And quite recently in the news, we also read about how almost 30 communities in Kwara State, their traditional rulers have run away with their families because they can't stay any longer, meaning they are submitting, they are throwing in the towel. It's like, let's run away, save our lives, let whoever want to take over the land take them. And of course, those who are taking over the land are the bandits and terrorists. And it's not talking, it's not, saying, it leaves a lot of sour taste in our mouth. And everybody who is right-thinking Nigerian, who is peace-loving, who has been a Nigerian, the resilient Nigerians, one of the happiest people on earth, have turned to become one of the most, what do we say, the most sorrowful and the saddest people on earth. And how did this, how did it turn around that a Nigeria blessed with so much resources, human and natural and material, now most of the communities are living in IDP camps. And you know what that means. IDP camps where people line up for rations in the mornings with their families, that is surviving ones, those who are alive. And when it has taken this turn, it started with bombings and setting bombs on mass transport vehicles in Abuja. It started with kidnapping of children in Chibok. A lot of campaign were done, a lot of things were done. Where is the Chibok? Now, nobody, even the Chibok people are going to voicemail. Chibok girls who have been kidnapped are going to voicemail. And now, what are we talking about now? We are talking about that the communities, even their traditional rulers, are taking off, going into exile and leaving their communities and the people to their tent. It's like, to your tent, all Nigerians, your tent, all community members, those who used to be my subject, I am throwing in the towel because I can't survive there. Nobody can see death coming and want to stand. So it's only 3 that we hear that it will cut down and still stands there. The Igbo say no sisi no na egbu ekuleba. So even the traditional rulers who are running away now is because of what happened in the past, continuing in the recent, present, and in the future. And you find that there have been this idea of doing kidnapping and mass abduction of ordinary, innocent Nigerian citizens, and it has gotten to traditional rulers. We have had some side instances of school children, and now the bandits and terrorists are updating their games. They are upping their games to the point of taking over. And the Igbo say that when the big tree falls down, all the birds will find, they will scamper and find whatever, where they will find a tent, where they find safety. And that's what is happening. Now, we are saying, for how long will this continue? So many communities up the north have been taken over by terrorists and bandits, and Nigerian security apparatus is doing all they can to fight these menaces. And it's even becoming overwhelming. We are saying the Nigerian security forces and the agencies and all the establishments are doing whatever they can do. But there is something that will happen when it gets to a point where something becomes overwhelming. It becomes a full-blown war. And you ask, with this number of Nigerians in the den of, in the camps or in the hands of bandits and terrorists, how many are left for the 2027 election that we're preparing? And for some other developmental things that we want to do in Nigeria. It calls for attention. it calls for serious attention. And the question has been, do we as Nigerians call for international communities to come and assist us? And do we then need for us to call them to come and assist us when Nigeria has been in the forefront of helping other countries of the world who have one kind of problem or another? Nigeria has been in the forefront. One of the achievements of the great Nigerian nation has been to contribute gallant soldiers to peacekeeping forces. And now Nigeria has found itself in this kind of war, whether declared or undeclared. And the international communities are watching Nigerians being decimated, being kidnapped, abducted, mass killing. And some of the things that have thrown back for us is to start arguing whether people who are mass abducted, kidnapped, or killed, or whatever, those harmful situations that people are going through. People are now going to the argument of whether are they Christians, are they Muslims, are they pagans, are they atheists, or do they even have anything, and we leave that. And every day in Nigerian newspaper headlines, people are being kidnapped by terrorists and bandits. Now our traditional rulers are on the run. For how long can we do this? And we are calling for attention. I am not the spokesman for Nigerian nation. We have Minister of Information. We have Ministry of Information. We have other agencies that are handling our diplomatic relations. Is it not time we call for assistance? Let the people who can help come over, like the Bible said, come over to Macedonia to help us. And in this case, we are saying, come over to Nigeria to help us, because we are in dire stress. And it's time that the international community, United Nations, we signed by agreement to be a member of that. We signed agreement to be a member of EU. We have a bilateral agreement with the AU. Of course, AU is our African continental union. And what are these organizations doing? A lot of international communities that have business dealings with Nigeria, are they saying that the bandits and terror will take over Nigeria, that they are comfortable to do business with bandits and terrorists? Is it that they are not comfortable doing business with ordinary Nigerians and the government and the establishment that have been doing these businesses with them? Because we know Nigeria have a lot of things that international communities want. Can there be something be done? Is there a way to negotiate and we stop these killings? Why are we crying for killings? Because whenever any slave sees how a fellow slave is buried, he will eventually know that's how the same fate awaits him or her. We as Nigerian ordinary citizens are crying. Let something be done. We don't know who next will be kidnapped, abducted, beheaded, or raped, and we don't know which people would have been taken into the dens of bandits and terrorists, and the ransom demand will be made. We even heard that for traditional rulers, their ransom money now has risen up to 400 million. I don't know whether it's for one person or for the whole royal family. But when that has happened, this greeting has passed the ankle. Because the Igbo say, once a kenega fe nkwaka, once greeting passing the ankle, he has turned to fight. This greeting that we started almost 2 decades ago with the bandits and terrorists has passed the ankle. It has now turned to fight. Let whoever wants to separate that fight come now. Or whichever strategy we use to stop this menace is welcome. Nigeria needs to be helped by everybody who loves Nigeria and by all peace-loving Nigerians. Let's put our hands together, whether we are Muslims, whether we are Christians, whether we are atheists, whether we are traditional worshippers, or whatever we believe in. Even if we don't believe in anything, I'm sure we believe that life is sacrosanct. Life is a right for everybody, and nobody has the right to take the life of another person without it being discussed. Well, that's about it. In Nigeria now, as a broadcast journalists, you hardly talk about any news, discuss anything on air without talking about bandits and terror. It has become top trending issue in Nigeria for the last going to 25 years, and we said it's high time something be done. Well, that's about that. I've talked several platforms about this issue. Can somebody add their voice? Let's see whether that will help. Well, the next thing we will talk about today on the news, a platform where we think and talk, is Nigerian National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, has recently issued a directive to all the broadcast media in Nigeria, talking about defaulting the broadcast code of Nigeria, that Bible that all broadcasters and people on the glare lights and the microphones and the people who use biros to write about information in Nigeria, but this is about broadcast journalists. And our regulation has been there. We recognize our regulator, the Broadcast Commission. But whenever the elections are coming, they find out that their constituency, that's the broadcasters, have the penchant of doing things that are also heating up the politics. But I say, if you think the broadcast media are talking and doing too much about happenings in Nigeria and going overboard to even commit offense, going beyond the code and doing things that are not contained in the code, which becomes an offense, let's look at even the situation and environment of Nigeria. Is it promoting, forcing the broadcast journalists to begin to do things ordinary way? Remember that when wrong things stay too long in a community, it becomes a culture. The Igbo say it becomes a culture. Does it mean that some of the people who do the things that broadcast journalists complain about have done it extraordinarily out of shape, so making it impossible for the broadcast journalists to talk about these things and report them the normal way that is written in the code? It takes two to tango. If you do too much, there's one warrior adage, they say, if you do too much, you see too much, you get too much, whatever the way they say it. Does it mean the Nigerian community and the people of Nigeria are now doing too much, making the broadcasting commission, National Broadcasting Commission, to regulate the broadcast journalists to say, you are now doing too much, you are talking too much, you are saying things out of the ordinary? But let's be very frank and serious. It requires that the broadcast journalists in Nigeria become very cautious, because you are not going to throw away the baby with the bathwater. If things are going offhand because of the way most Nigerians behave now, politicians, ordinary people in all sectors of Nigerian life are doing things out of ordinary. There are people who are not supposed to lose their heads even when others are losing theirs. And the only people that cannot do this, they put it to us, are broadcast journalists. So the broadcast journalists, you have a duty that even when others are going out of overboard, doing things that are not required of them, that you are not supposed to join them. So only Nigerians are the people who cannot join 90 million flies to eat what they eat. That's a tall order, very tall order for us, but we have to adhere to our regulatory body. The only thing we're saying, whatever we are doing in Nigeria, let's do it the right way. Let's also be able to stop any fight before the push. If you want to stop fight, let's stop the push. So Nigerians, the politicians, the political environment, the economic environment, all other environment, the ecosystem itself is overcharged with a lot of ordinary actors, and we think that it's time for Nigerians to move on to do. So now the next item we have here to talk about is something that concerns every Nigerian, every African, every black man. We're talking about malaria sickness. The thing is alarming when they say that malaria defies medications despite ongoing eradication practices, activities that are feel everywhere. We are growing up, we heard about kick malaria back in 2020 or 2030, fight malaria, eradicate malaria. All those development organizations overuse words of eradicating, stopping, doing things. They use words like things that we are used to. But when we are hearing about vaccines for different diseases in the world, we are asking the question, why is it that those people who have the wherewithal to manufacture vaccines developed vaccines have done for HIV. HIV came into Africa and of course touched the whole world. And then vaccine has been worked on over time, and then a vaccine in practice and in circulation where trials have been done, and some medicines that can even hold it up and shift up the HIV virus in the system for a very long time and make the person to live healthy. Why has malaria become the area of life where the people have said there's no vaccine over time? As maybe they're still working on it. But we said, for how long will it take these people, the medical world, in the medical sector, the World Health Organization, and all the big pharmacies, pharmaceutical companies of the world, to come out with vaccines that can stop malaria? And then somebody on the side said, if they stop malaria, how they could make money from Africans from the health sector? When they say today we started hearing malaria when we were growing up with simple 5 kobo chloroquine tablets. You swallow about 10 of it, and the way doctors will recommend it, before the 3 days runs, malaria is gone and you go hit the street back. But now we have combination therapy that is costing more than going at the average of 30,000 naira for an average Nigerian to treat malaria. When we know that if we are 240 million Nigerians, we have over 250 million of them having malaria in their system. And the mosquitoes are they mutating? Do we have species of malaria now that give of mosquitoes now that bite people and the malaria will be difficult to cure? The question we were asking is: the malaria those mosquitoes imported? Are the big pharmaceutical companies across the world, are they interested in making Africa, Nigeria, where I'm coming from, to come out of malaria epidemics? Or is it that it's part of the business as usual going on, so that get malaria? If 240 million Nigerians is a big market for malaria tablets and medicine, then it might be a tall order to tell somebody to find a vaccine that will stop that. But then let's look at it. Let us look at it very well. Which one is more? More Nigerians are dying now. Even malaria we have in Nigeria now are defying medications. Which way? For a Nigerian, they say the Igbos, my father will always say, he said, "No, yezuhoke, asonya dali bitohafo." So the sicknesses have not gone round, and you are now asking the man who has swollen stomach to also have swollen scrotum. That one. Is there nothing that can be done? I know the international community, the whole world has gone digitally and gone in a lot of high level of development across the world. We are calling for vaccines to eradicate malaria to be introduced so that we will stop. Now there is a very interesting thing for all motorists that have been going on in Nigeria. When the policeman stop you and say, "Yes sir, park here, bring out your papers," and they will flip through the papers and they will tell you third class insurance, third party insurance, you are still having it. Nigeria said you must have first class insurance, and that means comprehensive insurance to use your Tokumbo cars that you have managed to buy 1,500 naira fuel to put in it, and they will either impose fine or impound your vehicle, or you have to go to the station to explain to the Oga. Or if you are not able to do any of those things, you know what I'm talking now. Because in Nigeria, every offense, whenever you run into the hands of our friend, the police is your friend, I know. But whenever you run far or run into their net, I follow, will cost money. I not follow, cost money. So which way? Nigeria. But it's a good news that SIN, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Falana, has gone to court and they has gotten judgment, and they say court now stops police and the Federal Road Safety Commission from imposing fines on defaulting motorists in Nigeria who do not have who have third-party insurance. And that means we can now use third-party insurance to drive our cars. It's some kind of so-called, knowing the hardship and hunger in Nigeria, what it takes an average Nigerian to survive. That is the few that still have their vehicle on the road, because 95% of Nigerians have parked their vehicles. Only the politicians and people working in government can use government cars bought with our tax money and our resources to move around with sirens, and some of the cars are even armored vehicles. No policeman can even stop them with in that convoy to say whether you are using third-party insurance or whether you are using comprehensive. The world is not straight. This one is not fair. But whichever way, whenever there is a move to help cushion a little bit the suffering of Nigeria, we welcome it. So, Nigerians, kudos, you can now drive your cars according to the report we have with the third-party insurance on Nigerian roads. Good luck, and let all the people who will fight for more rights for the ordinary citizens of Nigeria keep on fighting, because it's like we have two worlds now, they and us, and somebody need to be the middleman who will talk for the ordinary Nigerians, because if they don't talk for us, who will talk for us? Because even the rich now also cry. So imagine what it is for the poor and the wretched of the earth of Nigeria. I am not promoting defaulting. I am not promoting lawlessness or anything. But even in madness, they told me there's an order. Let's put order, even the hardship and hunger and the economic system of Nigeria, how we can survive. Let us shield ourselves from some of the suffering. Because, like they say, are we going to all to die and cry and squeeze us to death before certain cushion is introduced into the system? Thank God we cannot drive with third-party insurance in Nigerian roads. Well, that's if you can afford to buy the fuel. And somebody was saying engineering and other accessories they used to drive car in Nigeria. But most cars in Nigeria are second hand. Some of them are third, 10th hand, and we are still managing to drive them. But when the condition of driving them is adding up to hardship and hunger, it makes it so difficult for us to survive. Well, that's about it. The next item we have here, because we are running it up today, you can see that Muslim today is taking a fast lane. We are moving. NNPC has cleared the air. He said, we do not say that the refinery is now a scrap that is now standing for sale. That they are warning people because Nigerians, let them not found themselves into the hands of 419s who will come and tell you that Port Harcourt refinery is up for sale because it's now a scrap, or that the Warri refinery is now up for sale because it's now scrapped, or that Kaduna refinery is now up for sale because it's now scrapped. NNPC said, we not talk about one more. So if somebody comes to you for the international communities where Nigerians, they think they will come and tell you, I am the minister of oil and gas in Nigeria. I am coming on behalf of Nigerian government and we are selling our refiners, who can buy. They put a caveat. NNPC has put a caveat. If you buy, buyers are buying at their own risk. Owners, if you park your car in certain hotels and some joints, they will tell you cars are parked at the owner's risk. That's why I stopped when I was able to buy fuel to use my car. I stopped going to such places with my car. If you stop to buy one bottle of beer at expensive price, or buy any drink you drink, and you look around, you see a signboard saying that you are parking your car here at your own risk. Even in somebody's premises, you is running business, you say your car is parked at their premises. So everybody in Nigeria is on their own. So just like the NNPC is saying, if you go to buy, anybody will approach you and say he's buying our refineries, they may be scrap. Well, but the NNPC and the Nigerian government has not declared them for sale yet. Probably they further notice. And somebody said maybe when they become scrap of, you have A class of scrap, you have B class of okrika, you have C class, until when you get to Z level of scrap, that's when they will say. Now, I'm not talking on behalf of NNPC, but they know when they scrapped or whatever looks like refineries that cannot put turn around money into it. We have turned them around with a lot of budget in Nigeria for the last 28 or 30 years, and nothing happened. And some people have said, let us not put more money there again. It's as good as scrap. But even at that, a lot of decisions will be made across board before we decided whether our refineries will be up for sale as scraps. You know, you are moving around a lot of in the cities. You find a house that looks old and dilapidated, where people, maybe the owners are managing to still only collect the rent from tenants living there, and you find on the wall big written text saying, "Beware, this house is not for sale. Beware of 419." I got a joke of one. They wrote, one man was very clear when he wrote, "Beware of my first son. This house is not for sale." Nigerian young men, because of lack of employment, say Nigeria has up to 80% of unemployment rate in Nigeria. That's what they told me, and here you can confirm from the Ministry of Employment and Labor whether Nigerian youth are employed. So they are looking for a way of surviving. They say, when the land is not good, those ones who are positioning as peacemakers and keeping peace, they are the ones who are thriving. In Igbo land, when Indians come to settle talk for you, you have to buy drinks and buy cola and even buy goat and kill. And before they settle, probably you have an issue, you are struggling to settle an issue of 200,000. It will take you about 200,000 to bring Indians and also the India and Aladimma. Those people who talk about Aladimma, when you hear Aladimma in Igbo land, is about let the communities be okay. What you take them to bring them as alternative dispute resolution platform is costlier than even what you are trying to settle. And you think Nigeria is going to be better? I'm not talking about when no talk say make there will be crisis. So when there's crisis, they will invite Indians and also to settle. And if you bring the red cap chiefs to come and settle issues for you, they must chop something before they talk about the issue, and that's about it. So on that note, that's where we can draw the curtain on today's edition of the Muse, a program on Signature Television, a global TV that is, pushing the voice from the Southeast for the world to hear. We'll go to our social media handles, it's on your screen, comment and share, and let more people know what we are doing. Let's continue to do this together. As we grow together. So when we get there, we all share the profit. Thank you for having been with us today again. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka, your chief muser. Thank you for accommodating me in your sitting room with all my excesses. I will come again next time with another edition of Muse. Keep watching all the programs on Signature Television. Don't go away. Thank you for being here.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Hello and welcome to Teens Should Know, the show where we listen, where we learn, and where we grow. The TSK show is where teenagers are empowered with the right knowledge to thrive and parents are equipped with the right tools to guide them, because when teenagers know better, they will definitely do better. My name is Ifoma the Prof. Wato, and I'm your host on the TSK show for today. And today's conversation is one that hits close to home because teenagers are going to school, they are writing exams, and they are doing all sorts within the four walls of the classroom. And at the end of the exams, they are getting results, but the real question is that enough for the future of the teenager of today? So because beyond the classroom, life demands more. It demands confidence, decision-making, emotional intelligence, and real-life skills that are not always taught in school. So today we are asking an honest question. Are teenagers truly being prepared for the future, or are they just being trained to pass? Today we are discussing school and real-life skills. Are teenagers being prepared for the future? We'll go on a short break, and when we return, I have two guests with me on today's show, and they are teenagers, and they will be sharing their thoughts and ideas. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back soon.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Okay, welcome back. This is the TSK show on Signature TV, and we are looking at school and real-life skills if teenagers are prepared for the future. And joining me on the show today are two amazing young people who represent the voice of this generation. They are not just students going through the system, they are teenagers experiencing firsthand what it means to balance school, expectations, and real life. They bring fresh perspectives, honest experiences, and real conversations about what it truly feels like to grow up in today's world. I'm really excited to have them here as we unpack this important topic together. I have with me, say ladies first, right? Yes. So I have Precious Udochukwu and Precious Asogwa with me on the show. Welcome to the TSK show.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go right into the discussion for today. You'll be speaking on behalf of many other teenagers that are listening and are watching as well. So let's go with the first question to both of you. You answer first, then he will answer. Do you think so? If yes, why? If no, why?
Okay. For me, I feel like the school is mainly teaching people how to pass exams. They're not really teaching students real life skills. Because I remember when I first left secondary school, I thought it was going to be easy because I was among the top in my class, but that was not the case.
Okay.
So the main thing about school, they teach theoretical processes, but life is about practical skills, and schools don't really teach skills that teenagers can use to go far in life. That's all I can say about that.
Okay, Precious.
She have answered it all because school doesn't even at all teach us, doesn't prepare us for the future, because what they teach us in school is far beyond what we see
in real life.
Yes.
Okay. So when you think about the future, do you feel confident and prepared? Or do you sometimes feel unsure?
I feel both confident and unsure at the same time.
Okay.
Because when it comes to passing exams, I can do that very well. But schools don't teach us about, let's say, emotional intelligence. That's why there has been an increase in suicide in teenagers. There was a girl that just entered university and she could not deal with the stress, so she decided to take her life. So I feel like things like this should be taught in the schools so that they can prepare teenagers more, because what you see in school is not what you see in real life.
Okay. School doesn't really prepare you for, give you the emotional intelligence and emotional stability and all of that. So let me ask this other Precious. I have two Precious with me. Okay, Precious, have there been any situation you find yourself and you felt like, oh, I wasn't prepared for this? Okay,
Yes.
just give us an example.
Like the university I'm currently in now. When I was in secondary school, we here university, everyone like, wow, I want to be there, I want to be there. Now we have entered. It was not what they told us there.
That
So
you
we are
see.
sitting down. So
Okay.
and we are not prepared enough. So we are being forced to face and manage it.
Okay, you're still trying to adapt to the system.
Yes,
So can you just give us one particular thing that you're finding very difficult to adjust to away from home, and school did not prepare you, the secondary school did not prepare you for this phase in the university?
Okay, take for instance, now I'm in the university, I stay alone. I'm far away from my parents, so at home then in secondary school, I'll just wake up, I'll see like meal and hot water is already ready for me to take, but this time around,
you do it by yourself.
You have to do everything by yourself. You come to class, normally in secondary school, you have your own chair, everything. You read on, if you don't understand, you ask questions, but in the university, you not sit there, you sit outside. You will not understand anything, you cannot ask the lecturer anything, so
Okay. From what you said, I know that there are some lecturers that still take questions, but most times I think the relationship is between teachers and the students in the secondary school are more closer than that of the university. Okay, I want to ask, do you think that school teaches you how to think? Because thinking is actually a skill, is an ability. There are people who don't do critical thinking. And I don't think that is always taught in the school. So does school just teach you how to think, or they just teach you how to memorize? You know, because when you're preparing for your exams, you just read and memorize. Okay, noun is the name of noun is the name of a person, animal, place of things, and all of that. Does the school really teach us how to think? Any of you can answer the question.
For me, school teaches people how to memorize.
I'm not to think.
Yes, because let me use exam period for example. A teacher might award more mark to a student that is able to quote them word for word exactly what they taught them. But when you come out in the real world, you notice that people that are able to think on their own, to be innovative, are the ones that are actually rewarded. Because right now, you cannot come out and copy another person's idea and portray it as yours and then still be recognized as someone that is innovative. So I feel like the school teaches us how to memorize, but rather what the real world demands from us is ability to think on our own.
Creativity. Okay. Okay, Precious, outside the school, the 4 walls of the school, where are you learning the things that you think will actually help you in real life? What else is teaching you real life lessons?
Could say from my friends, elderly friends, then my co-students, and from aunties and uncles.
Okay, and not what the school taught you. I think sometimes experiences teach people.
Yes.
Like there are some things school did not teach you. They didn't tell you that you need to wake up in the morning and run around, get water to go for lectures. So I think experience is teaching you that now. So outside the school, you're still learning. Okay. So sometimes, do you feel pressure to perform well academically, and even when it doesn't fully prepare you for real life challenges?
Yes. Okay. Because the society we live in, especially in Africa, if you don't do well academically, you are considered dumb. No matter, there are some people that are very good in hard skills, but when it comes to academics, they're not that sound. But here, if you don't know book, you are just stupid. Straight up stupid. And people feel like without knowing book, like without being academically sound, that's the only category, or that's the only thing that they will use to gauge your knowledge.
Strength and knowledge.
Yes, because it's not just academics that can determine where somebody will be in life. Because the person in your class that might be getting first position might still wake up tomorrow and be the person servicing your car. So I feel like school, the whole society pressures us, even though, well, that's not, school is not just the main thing in life, actually. People can still use hand skills and then still make it in life without being academically sound, without even going to university. And then we just put it like that.
Okay, I like this conversation because what we are looking at is a teenager shouldn't be judged only by their academic performance. They should be judged by their social skills, their emotional intelligence, their confidence, like every other aspect of their life. So one thing this conversation makes clear is that education is important, but real life requires more than just passing exams. So teenagers are looking for direction, they are looking for confidence, life skills, and preparation beyond the classroom. So we'll go on a short break now, and after the break, we are going to look at other things that teenagers need to know to thrive in life. Please stay with us, we'll be right back shortly.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the TSK show on Signature TV. If you're just joining us, we've been having a very honest conversation on whether teenagers are truly being prepared for the future beyond academics and exams. And from everything we've said so far and everything we've heard so far, it's clear that real life requires more than just grades. So we'll continue this conversation as we explore the skills, the mindset, and preparation teenagers really need to thrive in today's world. Some time ago, I was talking with teenagers, and we were looking at soft skills. And some of these things are not being taught in the school, like emotional intelligence, good communication skills, even time management. We hardly talk about these things in the school. And then when the teenager faces the real world, they start struggling. So like when you were talking about the world judging the teenager by only their academic performance, but we cannot, they forget that we can have an intelligent teenager who is rude and arrogant. So character should also be part of the things, but most of the times school pays attention to more of academic performance than disciplining the teenager to have a good character, because when we don't have responsible teenagers, we end up having dysfunctional adults. So that will lead us to the next question. So Precious, if you have the opportunity to teach one skill to every teenager, what would that be and why?
I think it should be communication skill.
Communication skill.
Yes,
okay.
Because I've seen situations, you have all the idea, you have everything, but if you lack how to communicate to the person, you're going to lose everything.
Okay.
So I think it's communication skill.
Communication skill.
Yes.
Okay. Precious, what is that one thing you think teenagers know, or as a teenager, that you wish that adults or this generation understands better?
This particular generation of teenagers are under a lot of pressure.
Okay.
Because, let me use social media for example now. If you go on social media platforms and you see people of the age, about the age of 22, they're already millionaires. They already have 3 cars and 3 houses in 3 different states.
And they'll tell you, I made my first million when I was...
And then people will not be like, if parents will start judging their children, look at what other people's children are doing. What happened to you? People start feeling pressured, and that would lead, I feel like it will lead teenagers into the wrong path, because that's why there's increase in, let's say, rituals,
vices.
Exactly, and then people will be like, we don't know where it started, don't know how. So I feel like people should understand that you are under a lot of pressure. You don't know what the next person is doing to get their money. So you should not be judging your 2 months of progress with someone's 10 years of progress. You should move at your own pace. And I feel like you should not let what other people say define who you are or define your progress in life. So that's what I have to say about that.
Okay, I think you just spoke to adults and parents who pressure their teenagers and compare them with other teenagers. So, Precious, what would be your advice to a teenager who feels pressured? Like she just said, you know, when you come to social media, everything looks so perfect. Everything looks perfect and easy. Feel like you just, everybody's going into tech. Once you just go into tech, the next day you're a millionaire. So what do you have to tell a teenager that is under pressure to figure everything out just as fast or as soon as possible?
What I'll tell a teenager is just take it slow, calm down, because your time will wait. You will definitely blow. You're going to make it as fast as you are in the right place and in the right way. You're going to make it.
Okay. So, in summary, you're trying to talk about patience.
Yes.
They should go through the process calmly, and at the end of it all, it will be rewarding. Okay, finally, in one sentence, what do you think? I'm asking you, what do you think teenagers truly need to thrive in the future?
I would say emotional intelligence.
Okay.
Because if you don't know how to communicate your emotions to the next person, you bottle everything up and bottle it up till one day you will not be able to take it anymore, and then you will just explode out and then pour everything out on one person. So I feel like once you know how to communicate your emotions to another person, you would feel better about yourself. You won't feel that like say weight of carrying everything by yourself, and then you can easily move. If you're not carrying something heavy on your back, that thing you want to tell another person, if you're carrying it on your back too much, you will be slow to weigh you down. So if you know how to communicate it to another person, you will move faster and more. So that will also increase your success, increase the way you increase your communication skills. Yes, so that's it.
Okay, in one sentence, what do you think a teenager needs to thrive in the future, apart from education?
One, because using this country for example, for it to thrive in the future, one needs to have patience.
Okay.
Because if you don't have patience, it's very hard for you to succeed in this life. Yes, because I've heard of people making 1,001 mistake before they get it right. So imagine you made the mistake 200 times, like I'm tired, something like that. So you need patience and you need a skill.
Okay, patience and a skill.
Yes.
Okay, so patience is like you're telling them don't give up. Even if you fail, keep trying until you get it right. So both of you have said today that every teenager needs the right communication skill, they need emotional intelligence, and they need patience to thrive. And somehow school doesn't teach all this.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Thank you both for coming to the TSK show. I love the conversation. I love the ideas you brought. And I believe that other teenagers can relate with what you've shared today. And we also encourage parents not to put so much pressure on their teenagers and not to compare them with other teenagers. And that we school cannot teach. I think the home should also help in building a teenager's confidence, building their communication skills, teaching them those soft skills that they need to thrive in life. So today's conversation has shown us that preparing teenagers for the future goes beyond academics and certificates. Real life demands confidence, emotional intelligence, communication, decision making, and the ability to adapt. So we agree that school is important, right? Yeah. But teenagers also need guidance, they need exposure, they need real life skills to truly thrive. And most importantly, they need people. Right? Yes, they need the right people, people who will listen to them, people who will support them and prepare them for life, not just for exam. And this has to be the teachers, the parents, the mentors, the coaches, even our religious and traditional leaders also. So to every teenager watching, I want to tell you, keep learning, keep growing, and don't be afraid to become more than what the classroom alone can teach you. You can read books, explore, listen to mentors, and get close to a reasonable adult that will guide you right. So that's a wrap for today on the TSK show. My name is Ifeoma the Prof Mato. I'm your host, and this is Teens Should Know. Keep watching the TSK show on Signature TV, LCL TV channel 265, and on our YouTube channel. Remember, knowledge is power, and you have been empowered with the right knowledge to thrive. So keep thriving. See you next time on the TSK show. Thanks for watching.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Just finished the
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road. Download the
Africa's complex problems. Development discuss Africa's complex problems. Development discuss in Ardent follower of Achebe. He prepares many of his discussions with quotes from many of these books. I think his favorite, maybe Arrows of God. But today, the book we're discussing, or we're going to use as our jump-off point, is a small pamphlet, The Trouble with Nigeria, where Achebe really gifts to Nigeria an analysis of what really gifts to Nigeria, an analysis of what is at the root of our challenges. And that would be our jump-off point. But just to a quick introduction of my guest, he was a Minister of Aviation under President Jonathan. He was Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps under President Obasanjo. He holds several degrees, a master's from George Mason, another certificate in marine and port administration from a university in Singapore. He has a certificate as well from Oxford University, a bachelor's from my alma mater, University of Nigeria and ENUGU campus. But what I find most fascinating about his academic journey is that after leaving office as Minister of Aviation, he decided to go back and get a bachelor's degree in law from Bayes University. And maybe a few weeks ago, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, he finished his exams in the Nigerian Law School and will soon become a lawyer, to that extent. So I find that quite fascinating. And maybe in the course of our conversation, he'll tell us if this is the end of his academic journey or if he's going to take on a PhD. Osita Chidoka, welcome.
Thank you very much, Patrick. My pleasure to be here. Good.
Excellent. And so let's go back to The Trouble with Nigeria. I mean, it was published by Fourth Dimension Publishers. I know your relationship with Ato Nwankwo, who I had the pleasure of meeting once in your company. I wonder if you ever met Achebe in your dealings, especially as an Enugu boy. Did you ever run into Achebe?
Oh, yes. I went with Ato Nwankwo to Onitsha Bridge to wait for Chinua the first time he came to Nigeria after many years of sojourn in the US after his accident. And we met meeting him more closely and also meeting the world's greatest writers. Nadine Godima was there, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Wole Soyinka, name them, all the Africans of the African Writers series, and then American writers, what's her name, the black woman who wrote Sula.
Yes.
Sula, I've forgotten her name now, but she was there. Yes, Sula, I've forgotten her name now, but she was there. And we had an interesting 2 days at the Bard College, just going through Chinua's literature and all of that. Interestingly, Ato Nwankwo made me buy a land in Emene, Enugu. The land was allocated to Chinua Achebe, and he felt I would like to have that land since it was up for sale. So that's my interactions with Chinua in person and over time. I was so happy I met him before he eventually passed on. And I was one of those, him and the family gave the right to bring Arrow of God and Things Fall Apart on stage without paying anything to the company in London who has the rights. So they granted me free rights to displaying Arrow of God and Things Fall Apart.
This is totally out of context of what we want to discuss, but since I have you, what do you find most amazing about Arrow of God? Because you keep going back to it.
Yes, it tells the story of leadership, of hubris, and of something, I won't reveal that now, but something I'm writing about when to stop, how people have to learn when to stop. I'm sure that, using a more contemporary example, if Nasrallah of Hezbollah and Sinwar of Hamas had known that this war with Israel will go this way, I'm sure they wouldn't have done October 7. October 7 was an example of when they thought that 2006 would be replicated with Hezbollah and Israel in a war that Israel couldn't win, and Israel backed out. But since 2006, Israel had retooled, penetrated the organizations, had information, had even bombed, planted bombs in their pagers and walkie-talkies. That's how far they had penetrated the organization. If the organization had known that, I'm sure they wouldn't have done October 7. So sometimes in life, we need to know when to stop. So Arrow of God tells the story of Ezolo not knowing when to stop. even though he was angry with his people, even though he was a wise man, but he didn't know when to stop. And that again is the trouble with Nigeria. When leaders don't know when to stop, when to say pull back and review the strategy and think about the wider goal and the bigger picture. But hubris is something that always plagues us.
And this is probably a good place to segue into, the main core of our conversation today, which is the trouble with Nigeria and what we can do about it. In that small pamphlet by the same title, The Trouble with Nigeria, Achebe starts with that opening sentence that the trouble with Nigeria is, simply and squarely a failure of leadership. I like how he encapsulates it in one sentence, but you and I know that life does not come fully packaged that way.
Yes.
Is that a good summation of our problem? And if yes, how? If no, what are the other ramifications that simple, clean, beautiful sentence may have missed out?
So it's I think it was a strong simplification of the problem. But Chinua arguments are quite valid if you read through the book.
Yeah.
He questions many things about us as a nation. So for instance, yesterday I used it at a conference where I spoke. I said, people say we should talk about reorientation of our national values. I said, we can't have national values if we don't define what is the meaning and purpose of Nigeria. So we have a nation, a multi-ethnic nation, a multi-religious nation. To what end? To share revenue allocation every month? To zone offices and distribute it so that my people, your people can get? That in itself is a recipe for failure. A good friend of mine told me what a Lebanese told him, that Nigeria is where Lebanon was when they were trying all this quota system. One Christian, one Muslim, one Shia, one Sunni, one Maronite Christian, one this. And today, Lebanon is ungovernable. It's an ungoverned space because it was a gradual deterioration. So a nation must have purpose. And Chinua said, why did we choose unity and faith as our national motto? Because unity is not a good in itself. You can be united to rob a bank, which is a bad thing. And you can be united to build a hospital, which is a good thing. Why can't we have concepts that are not available for dual purposes? Because when we talk about justice, there is no other way to use justice. So I think that his book, very small book, but really raises the right questions about it. Now, the solution that is purely the problem of leadership is one of the issues. We haven't had an enlightened leadership that looks at Nigeria and says, where do we want to go? Who are we? Why do we even have this nation, for heaven's sake? What is our story? Because the Americans founded their story: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The French said fraternité, égalité, brotherhood. They said it. The South Africans talk about Ubuntu. So what is the idea of Nigeria? It can be for unity and progress. United for what purpose? Progress to where? It can be for faith, unity and faith. Faith in what? Because you can have faith in God, which can be a good thing if you are religious. You can also have faith in your juju, which is in your room. And if you are not a juju maker, then that's not a good faith. You can even have faith in things that are inanimate or animate. So what is the faith for? So it goes back that the trouble with Nigeria is the lack of that thinking, which you may ascribe to leadership.
Okay.
It's a critical part.
How is it that even after 60 odd years, we're not able to really come up with this unifying ethos as a nation? How is it that if Chinua told us decades ago that our problem is leadership, how is it that we haven't been able to attack and deal with that problem? Indeed, how did this failure of leadership become a thing in the first place?
So again, I come back to the concept of what is the purpose of a nation. Because you see, if you do not define the purpose and mission of a nation, then anybody can be a leader. But if you define the purpose and meaning, then certain kinds of people will become leaders.
Okay.
And then the institutions will be built around protecting and deepening that purpose and mission. But if the mission, and this is where I said that Nigeria's history is a history of romanticization of the past, of a failed past. 1960 to 1966 was not a successful period. That constitution of 1963 was not successful. It led us to a civil war. It created problems. It created the Western region problem. It is in correcting the Western region problem of declaring state of emergency that the 1979 Constitution now says, and 1999 repeated it, no other way to rule Nigeria except as prescribed by this Constitution. So when Obasanjo appointed sole administrator for Plateau State, it was wrong. Our Constitution has no room for for suspending elected rulers. So we have no such rule. So the idea that we are a work in progress that we need to define. So let me start by being a little practical. In 1960 to 64, we created one region, Midwestern region. So the people in the Western region, those of them senior officers, they are left to the Midwest. Midwest had a lot of human capital. So they moved to Benin to start a government. And we had Osadebe as premier. But by fast track to 1967, Gowon moved us to 12 states. So Biafra was at war, but meanwhile, the 12 states took hold in the other places. So people that were not yet trained in the bureaucracy, that didn't yet quite have no reason, went home to their states to become permanent secretaries, directors, when they should have been assistant directors in Kaduna or in Enugu or in Ibadan. So now we dissembled to 12. And then the military after the war decided to bring this revenue allocation system that funneled cash to these 12 states without a concomitant need for revenue from the states. So the capacity to develop revenue, the institutions were now built around distribution. So from 1970 till date, our states are built around distribution of resource, not accumulation of resource, not the generation of resource. When we went to 19, 21, and then 36, you can imagine what has happened to the manpower recruitment for 36 states and 774 local governments. So when we talk about Nigeria failing because of leadership, we haven't also looked at what I call the structural problems that has weakened capacity. Then the second one is what I call the post-Civil War consensus. Let us create a Nigeria where no part can withdraw from Nigeria or can levy war against Nigeria. So there was a calculated effort to weaken the states so that the federal government can be strong enough, the Leviathan, to hold everybody in check. Therefore, if you generate power, we transfer it all to Oshobo before we share it to the rest of the country. If we have minerals, the federal government drills it for all of us and shares the revenue. So as the federal government grew in capacity, it continued to widen its capacity that the states. So now you go to every state, they say, we need a federal university because the federal government is usually the biggest employer in every state. But there has been no effort for the states, even the rich states of Rivers, Delta, Akwa Ibom. If you notice, they can build Lagos, minus Lagos. Lagos has been able to build some local capacity. They've been able to, because of the opposition they played 1999 to 2000 and till date, till 2015, they managed to build a certain capacity. So if you look at the other states, Delta State, with 60,000 civil servants in Delta State. And so they can't even think about paying higher wages or attracting higher quality people because the state is a distributional state and not a development state. So I have itemized two problems. One is the state creation with the impact it has had on manpower. The second one is what I call the post-Civil War consensus. That consensus is what is still holding sway. So now that we have found ourselves in this bind, and I will go on with others as we progress in the conversation, what I think are the structural problems that has made Nigeria the way it is today.
Okay, so let's dig a bit deeper, right? I understand at the creation, at independence, we had a finite pool of talented people. Then we start the state creation journey, and we keep, breaking apart that unit and sending them to the smaller states and regions that we've created. And it could have affected the skill level and competence, etc. But let's fast forward to, later, say 2007, when we have seen these things happen, and you get someone like yourself, who well-trained, worldly, dynamic, young, because you were really young when you went to, road safety, and you start that process of reforming the Nigerian road safety, which led to, quite visible, significant improvements, awards won, et cetera, international recognition, etc. Now, fast forward to where we are today. The road safety is not quite what it used to be.
Yes.
Isn't that a direct failure on your part, right? Because you should know that as you put in place these reforms, as you try to set up the institution, that you should also put up those guardrails to ensure that it sustains. So it's one thing to look at the past and say we couldn't build those skills, but in more contemporary times, you've done it, you went there, but it's not where it should be today. How do you explain that to help us understand why Nigeria is the way it is today?
So I will give you two examples of efforts to institutionalize reforms. The first one is something we call the excess crude account. It was created, accepted by everybody when Obasanjo was in power. It was initially resisted by the states. He got them teamed up, and we created the excess crude account. And it was signed into law that we will keep these monies and then we will distribute during the rainy day. So during Yar'Adua's time, we went there and drew down some money. By President Jonathan, we had drawn it all down. So the 1 billion that was remaining, we used it to seed the Sovereign Wealth Fund.
Correct.
From the time we started the Sovereign Wealth Fund to today, have there been any payments by the national and sub-national governments to increase the wealth fund, till date? So despite making the laws, the distributional nature of the Nigerian state does not create the incentive to sustain those type of reforms. Let's take another one. We paid our debts and our balance sheets cleaned up, and we were able to take big ticket items. What has happened to us today? From 2015 to date, we are now the second largest debtor in the world. Again, we are worse than where we were when we paid off the debt. With benefit of hindsight, should we have paid off the debt? The answer is possibly no. We should have spent the $18 billion building power stations, infrastructure, and still be owing if we knew that this was going to be the case. So Obasanjo was an example of a successful leader who engineered growth and changes, but didn't have the sufficient time to talk about national culture and vision. So 8 years does not quite allow. Many people in their 4 years are struggling for visible, tangible effects to get re-elected. And then after that, you are almost battling to wind down. So you keep doing projects to have your name all over the plot. So thinking about the more fundamental issues about the nature and character of the Nigerian state. The third one I like to give is an example that I don't know what informed it, but that example is the example of a subnational sovereign fund called the Cross River State Savings Fund or something. I can't remember the name. Donald Duke started it, and it was agreed that every month they will put 50 million into this fund. They will use it to buy stock, treasury bills, invest, and grow. It was even so made that traditional rulers were required to sign off if you want to change the law. The State House of Assembly, you need 2/3 majority. This, that. After all that was done, the next government came and just stopped paying any money, spent the one in that one, and moved on. Nobody in Nigeria has remembered that there was a state who had a plan for a sovereign, for a wealth fund.
So what could have been done differently? What could Donald have done differently? What could you have done differently, mindful of the way our political economy is set up, right? Mindful of all these issues that, benefit of hindsight, how could you have ensured that that bureaucracy that started evolving, at the road safety, that it could have sustained, 10, 20 years later, so we become a very efficient, well-run bureaucracy?
In the case of federal road safety, I think we have even had more successes with it. In terms of that, most of the things I put in place are still there. In terms of people still do computer-based testing for promotion. There's proper promotion examinations. I wrote the story about 5 of my different staffs emerging as deputy corps marshals, because in a competitive situation, they will win. So in that competitive situation, they won, one from every zone. They were all 5 people who have worked with me. So no matter, unless you jettison that process, because we altered the DNA of FRSC by bringing in ISO 9001 and making it part of the civil service rules. So we put it in the conditions of service. So now FRSC officers can actually challenge any process that is put in place that doesn't go well with them. But beyond processes and things is a far more serious issue about vision, about what is the purpose of this organization and how do we continue to achieve its goals. So my goal was that it was going to transition to a regulatory organization, working with state motor vehicle departments to handle, the states will handle enforcement on their state roads, driver's license, number plates, and the centralized data is together with FRSC. So there will be Last Mile Lagos, Trace in ENUGU, Anambra State Traffic Service, ENUGU, and all of the 36 states with their motor vehicle administration, and FRSC managing the federal highways and regulating these other bodies under a single policy. Doing that will require substantial political capacity to get and I got it approved by the National Economic Council, the state governors and the vice president as chairman. I got it through to National Assembly, even the plan to amend FRSC law to give us that regulatory power and to unbundle what was coupled in FRSC, because Nigerian lawmaking is always about establishment without purpose. So I tried to reframe the law to set our national goals for road safety, and then have an agency called the Federal Road Safety Commission, and then compel it and now give it the role to manage states, to coordinate states in providing, because there is no way a central agency in Abuja can man the roads in Obosi, in Umpo, in Ikotepene, in Yangoji, it was going to continue to grow into a humongous bureaucracy. Like the Nigerian police, it has continued to grow without end. So we needed to rethink that image. Now, again, it brings us back to the fundamental issue. We need to rethink our distributional state into a development state. We need to walk away from the 1970 post-Civil War consensus. And we need to rethink and reimagine the idea of Nigeria so that our institutions will be incentivized.
We'll come to that point. We'll come to that point because I think there's something ongoing in Nigeria today that could, provide us an opportunity to explore those issues. But I want to stay on politics for a little bit.
Yes.
You were, this last week, you've kind of trended that you officially left the PDP. And in the announcement I saw, you mentioned there that you were one of the youngest people involved at the formation of that party and that you decided to leave. Isn't that an acknowledgement of failure in some sense? The PDP was said to be the party that would rule for 100 years, and it lost, in 2015 and completely decimated, that it couldn't even muster an effective opposition. What is it about the formation and management of that political organization that made it difficult for it to come up with some of these ethos that you've talked about? Why the organization? What does it stand for? What does it mean for Nigeria? And why is it that just losing one election got it to disintegrate? If you could shed some light on that.
So the first light I will shed on it is that the formation of PDP was it wasn't a movement that evolved from an ideological struggle. But even that, I'm looking at the ANC and I can't recognize the ANC anymore in South Africa. It has got stopped from ruling. So PDP as a ruling party, as a party that is now in office, that was in office at the time, did not seem to have in itself, was not a party that had any history anyway of existing pre-government. So it was formed and it went into government. And then there was a president and there were directives from the head. So the sub-units of the party did not develop. They were just waiting for Abuja to say what is to be done, and they do it. So now, when we lost power in 2015, it then happened that a committee of governors now had to run a party. So with no charismatic figure on top and nobody with a clear view of the party, we now found a situation where each governor was now, what do you call them now, fighting for their own fiefdom. So there was no central idea. Everybody was contributing their own to make sure that the party protects them in their state. So by the end of 2019, end of 2023, PDP had become an unrecognized entity. It had nothing in its central authority that had the kind of chairman with the vision and capacity to drive an opposition party. It couldn't metamorphose into an opposition party. It continued to live in a delusional state of grandeur that it was just waiting to take power. So doing the work of opposition, providing the human capital, the type of people that will lead the party for opposition, the governors were incapable of that. The governors all thought about bringing people that will help to sustain their powers in the state. So ultimately, it wasn't a matter of time before PDP now became a party without, a soul and without clear objectives. So because everybody thought of it as a part of a whole. And I think that's where the party is now. So because of that, and I think it will also happen to the APC because it was formed and it went into government by 2015. So it's going to, anytime they lose power, they will have this crisis of sub-units that have no strength, that have no capacity on their own to go and look for members, that have waiting for Abuja to send money for election. So they will just sit down and wait. And once there is no charismatic figure who takes it over and tries to run it, support, it will go into the kind of moral and visionless crisis that PDP is in now. So the problem of Nigeria is now deepened by the absence of political parties to drive the changes. Yes. So that is a major challenge for Nigeria today. No political party to drive that future we're looking for.
Exactly. And it appears to me, reading your resignation letter from the PDP, that is kind of what you're looking to address with the Athena Center. And because I don't see how we build this Nigeria or solve the problem with Nigeria or solve the leadership problem without dealing with the hardcore political issue. And I can see that some of the work the Athena Center is doing, especially around elections and integrity of elections, is beginning to address those issues. If you could speak a little bit to how the work of the Athena Center is looking to address this trouble with Nigeria. How do you understand the trouble, and what are you doing with the center to address it?
So, at the root of democracy is elections.
Yeah.
And at the root of elections is the integrity of that process. So once that process does not have integrity, then we will be electing leaders who have no incentive to deliver public goods because they don't need the people to win an election. They need elite consensus and ability to alter the results to remain in office. So there is a major challenge facing Nigeria today. And that challenge is that for us to say that liberal democracy has not done well in Africa, in Nigeria, we must first of all practice liberal democracy, which presupposes, proper elections. So if you look at an institution like INEC, it has become a very shameless organization. Shameless in its outcomes and even in its process. Nothing bothers INEC that there are 500 cases after an election that went to court. INEC does not even set for itself a goal that says, every election we will want to see less number of people going to court by virtue of the integrity of the election. 2015, by President Jonathan not challenging that election in court, the number of cases that went to court that year went down, plummeted in Nigeria. So everybody in Nigeria realized and said, well, the election was fairly well done. But 2019 was less than 2015, and 2023 is worse than 2019. And now we're getting to the state elections that are growing progressively worse, the last being Edo. So it is because of the distributional nature of our state character. If we were a development state, INEC should be the institution that will be saying what I'm saying. Their audit immediately after every election will review weaknesses, will review what they did wrong, what their staff did wrong, sanction those who did it wrong, and then say, next election, we're hoping to see better outcomes. So I have shown examples. In Mexico, which is a country like Nigeria, the Wednesday after the election, appointed third parties will take a statistically significant number of polling units and cross-check the voting, manually recount the voting, check what was entered in the results before they can attest finally to the final results. So it is not a matter of go to court. There is no court. Court is when there are legal issues, not when there is election issues. So when an election is over, the opponent says, no, they didn't count my votes well, they didn't do this. INEC should be able to say, we have 7 days of an administrative process. So all the EC8A, all the EC8B, we're uploading it online. If you have any issues with them, bring it out. I told the story of going to Kogi to conduct a primaries. And one of the people in that primaries was Senator Dino. He was my friend at that time, still my friend. But the way we ran the primaries, he lost to TJ Yusuf. And we are in school, we were in neighbors in law school, we sat next to each other. If I had done anything against him, or if he didn't think the process was clean, of course, I don't think we will be speaking to each other. So INEC as an institution is shameless. Because where they are today is for them to say, no. In Edo, we saw that this doesn't match with this, so we're reviewing it. This is our final result after the review. They shouldn't say, oh, the law stops us from going to where it's now the court to decide. The court has no such time to determine those issues.
Okay, and because elections are at the heart of any discussions around fixing Nigeria or fixing the leadership issues, etc., what have you at Athena Center found to be the core ways that elections are rigged in Nigeria? And what can we practically, pragmatic here, not theory, do to fix those problems?
Thank you. This is a very important point. Very, very important point. Now, I have recommended 3 simple things to be done.
What are the problems first? How are elections?
The problem is that results are altered by electoral presiding officers at the point of entering what happened in the polling units. Some electoral officers, presiding officers, are bold enough to enter what did not happen. So they will, after they've counted 20 votes, 3 for Patrick Party, 2 for Osita Party, 5 for Musa Party, they will now go and register 200 votes. They will write 20 first. When they go out, they will add another 0, and then come to everybody's side and then add 0 zeros on it, or add 1 before it, and then determine a new result. So that's criminality in the face of it. But INEC's process of snapping the result and uploading has helped tremendously. If you go to any election, 70% of the electoral officers upload the correct results. Only about 25% to 30, 22% in some places, 23 that alter the result. Unfortunately, those 23%, they are altering normally damages the whole result. So first of all is the parties must have strong agents, and the citizens must hold the INEC officials responsible at their polling units, enter the correct result, snap it, upload. All of us will take our own snapshots and we go. So at the polling unit, it's easy to compel them to do that which is right. Now, what we also is that because governors or people come from a particular area, people in their area are willing to allow the results to be changed to favor their own. So that can be an issue. So what then happens is that after that election process uploaded, then we get to the ward collation. At the ward collation, the officers there again alter the results to favor the candidates that INEC is working for. So it is at the ward collation that the more egregious acts of subversion happens. So sometimes results are fully rewritten. Some are cancelled to reduce the opponent's vote. Some votes of the opponents are reduced, and one of the favored candidate votes are added to him. So the reason is that INEC does not upload the EC8B. So nobody has visibility. From that point on, we enter a dark hole. We don't have visibility again on what happens at the ward, the local government, until we hear the final results. So we think that the people at the ward, that is the place that we should do what we have been canvassing for, which is an audit. The electoral officer comes back with the votes, he comes back with the papers, used, unused ballots, EC8A field, and the beavers. So the electoral officer, the collation officer, is required to look at the beavers and confirm the number of people that were accredited. He is required to look at the EC8A and then enter the results in the EC8B. If he sees any anomalies, he's also empowered to cancel that result and say, this result has been altered. The accredited is more than what is on the beavers. So it is at that point I am saying that we should buy 8,800 scanning machines so that when the results are brought there, the ballot papers are scanned. It will confirm fingerprints, it will confirm valid fingerprints without revealing the person who voted, and we are going to then enter the results as from the EC8A, and they will upload it. So when you finish every ward, you upload the EC8A. Now, before we get to that ward collation, INEC used to allow the beavers accreditation numbers to be on their website. At the Edo election was the first time they removed it from their website. We no more see how many people are accredited by beavers. That kept many electoral officers in check because the public have already seen how many people are accredited. INEC miraculously and very egregiously removed it from public view. So we need to restore that to public view. After the collation at the ward, I don't think we should do any further collation. That result should be entered into the electronic system. That will just populate it. Yes, so we can sit down, everybody can call the result. If you're a senatorial candidate, it will aggregate the local governments under you and announce the results. If you are a senatorial House of Rep candidate, if you are president, it will aggregate and announce the state results. So we will remove 2 levels of collation and go straight that the polling unit result is only thing that matters. Once it is verified, so even if it takes them 2 days to verify it, everybody will be patient. In India, elections last 8 months.
Technology, yeah?
Yes, election lasts 8 months in India because the same equipment is what they move from one zone to the other. So they couldn't have bought 800 million people vote in the elections. So when they finish here, they move it to the next place. So the election is just going on. Results are being tabulated. Immediately you finish the electronic voting, third-party auditors just sit to confirm that what was entered and the EVM are the same. So they do that together with the voting so that when the result is announced, then that's final. So now, that for me is the 3 simple steps to take now. 1, keep the visibility of the EC8A. put the visibility of the beavers online, how many people, even at the end of the election, once it synchronizes fully with the back end, INEC should upload the numbers from each beavers. With the number of the beavers, electronic number of the beavers, the number of votes is accredited, upload it together with the ward result. At the same time, upload the EC8B of the word collation after it's done. Allow for the word collation to be the center for authentication of results and for third-party review. So NGOs, churches, mosques, everybody can be, you can select people in every ward to be present and to certify that what was done transparently, and these are the results of the election. And allow the scanning to allow people who question the results to be able to allow access. Look at the ballots, go and verify if there's any issue, come back to us. But INEC should be the first body to make sure the elections are proper, not the courts.
Just to push this one more time, an idea for you and tell me whether it's feasible or not. In one of your attendance center reports, you mentioned names of, electoral officers who falsified with evidence, who falsified the election, right? Mm-hmm. Shouldn't we be doing a divide and conquer here? Let's say that, INEC, probably working for some Lord and Master, difficult to reach them. Shouldn't we pick out some of these individuals who probably collected little monies or whatever to commit a crime? Shouldn't we isolate them, take them to court, and prosecute and put them in jail as a form of deterrent for any other person who's invited to act as an electoral officer? Wouldn't that weaken that structure? And why hasn't it happened?
So that's the first question. Why hasn't that happened? Because the prosecutor is a federal offense. Only the Attorney General of the Federation can prosecute them. So if he's in the ruling party, he will never prosecute them. And only INEC is supposed to bring the charges. So if INEC does not bring the charges that there are people falsified results, then you have no crime. So again, it is the amending of our laws to ensure that, political parties and candidates in an election can take civil action against electoral officers who falsify results. So if it's not a criminal action this time, but you go and say, I could have won this election if not for what Patrick did. So I'm, charging Patrick for breach of trust, for not performing a duty of care in managing the result, and I am claiming damages. Okay. So the person becomes personally liable for the damages, and I think our laws need to be amended to include civil action.
Now, again, I'm really focusing on the practical here, right? Yes. You've been in government for, I almost said forever, but you've been in government for a long time, post your private sector work. You understand the inner workings of the executive. You also understand the inner workings of the legislature for, various reasons, and also the judiciary. How do we navigate this? So we've seen now that if we can change this law from a federal offense to a state offense or whatever else, it gives us the opportunity for NGOs, civil society organizations to engage these individuals, not the institution now, but the individuals. And we can create that narrow corridor, right? Where government knows that there are people watching and we can have that contestation. How do we navigate that? Why would the National Assembly pass such a law if they are direct beneficiaries of this system that is broken? How do we change the incentive system to get them to do it within this assembly?
So, you see, the problem in Nigeria when it comes to electoral reforms have not been the legislature. Actually, our legislators have done so well every time in writing laws. Then our judiciary will suddenly now, find a loophole and escape from the law. So if we propose, as I'm proposing to them, and I'm engaging the National Assembly, to say, you all are politicians. So criminal offenses require you to get a fiat from the Attorney General. It requires the Attorney General to prosecute, or we can mandate INEC to prosecute. But if INEC is working in tandem with their agents, they will not prosecute. So why don't we create a civil option? We can take a civil suit against them and say these people conspired, damage the process. so we can get fines. And if the judiciary is serious, they will impose very strong fines against them so that the people will know that, it's costly to go and tamper with election results. So I think we can build that coalition. I've been proposing that we build, one of the challenges in Nigeria today is the despair and the feeling of people that nothing can be done.
Exactly.
And that feeling is a very dark one. So I have come up with the idea that we need to build a coalition of hope. A coalition of hope of those who think that Nigeria can still work. I don't think there is anything wrong with Nigeria as constituted. I just think that we have a software code that needs to be recoded. It is designed, the design is a problem. It is designed as a distributional state. It's not designed as a developmental state. So if we can redesign, and it doesn't have to happen in one go. It doesn't have to happen in one go. That's why I'm going to read the tax bill carefully before commenting on it. And then
but you have to comment, even if you haven't read it, because that's a question I have. Because I think we're seeing that, redevelopment of that software code, with the tax bill. That President Tinubu has really taken on the key elephant in the room, to say that the way we collect our resources as a people and distribute it could be the reason why we are unproductive. We should go back to getting people to eat what they kill. And if you can't kill it, then unfortunately you will die. And if you don't want to die, then you do something to fix it. So although you haven't read it, I need you to comment on the philosophy of it.
So that's what I'm saying. I cited it as an example of the possibility of realigning the code. And we may not achieve it in one go. I think nations are work in progress. It's a case of push and pull to keep inching towards the success. What I haven't seen is the philosophical redefinition. You see, when this president changed the national anthem, I've been in the vanguard of the call for the old national anthem. I've always believed we should go back to it. So when he went back to it, everybody was happy. I was happy, but I was sad. Because I didn't think it should be smuggled back into Nigeria through the National Assembly. I thought it should have been the subject of a robust national debate. So that when we say those words, it will have meaning to us. When we say to build a nation where no man is oppressed, it will be a mantra for the new Nigeria. I thought he would have given us the opportunity to canvass why we want to build a nation that we will keep a banner without stain and hand it over to the next generation. When we say that though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand, it will have meaning. Just singing it will not create it. It will have been a question of saying, let's rethink ourselves. This is a diverse Black nation, a home for all, a nation where we give opportunities for everybody to grow. That is why I have cited the example somewhere that a governor can go and pay $700,000 to an American international school for his children to go to the school over the next 10 years. And didn't see that the joke was on him, that you finished running a state and you couldn't build a school that your children could go to. So, and the fact that you could pay an international school in the country, let's even say you don't want to build it in Kogi, why didn't you build a school in Abuja where your children can go to? So, and I just opposed him as a governor, Governor Yahaya Bello of Kogi, with a businessman in Anambra called Ernest Azudialo, who is the founder of Next Oil, who went to Okija, his village, and built a Jesuit Loyola college called Gonzaga. This is his private money. But he thought that the children of Okija needed to be given an opportunity to get to where he is. He decided that of all the efforts he has made, one of the things that can uplift the people of Okija is to give them quality education. And this has not only given Okija, it has now attracted children from a diverse background from around the country to come to Gonzaga in Okija. He didn't stop there. He built a pediatric hospital built by Julius Berger in Okija. This is a private individual. Now a governor on the other hand, because of the distributional nature of Nigeria, decided that what was good for his children was not good for the children of Kogi. He decided that his children should go to an American international school, while the children of Kogi languish in schools without roof, without chairs. So this is the kind of things that when you see, you now see that there is need for philosophical research and for design, for redesigning. So the tax bill, when I read it, we're going to come out as a center to comment on the tax bill, but we fundamentally agree that Nigeria's source codes need to be, rejigged. And if we rejig it, it will go a long way in helping us to begin to realize our potential.
Exactly. And in a few minutes, we'll open it up for audience participation. I urge you to please type your questions in the Q&A tab. I will read them out, but I'll give full attribution, to whomever put the questions there. But before we get to that, Ikobosi, the title of this our talk is The Trouble with Nigeria and What We Can Do About It. Can you crystallize for me in bullet points, in your view, what are these core troubles or problems we have in Nigeria? And what are the elements of the solution? Obviously, the elements can be arranged in whatever form, but what are the elements that must be in place for us to begin to fix Nigeria?
So, number one is that I've said it. There's a design problem. A design problem in Nigeria that we need to fix. We need to fix the design problem. And the reason why I keep talking about this design problem is that a state that is designed as a distributional state will not have the institutions to become a development state. Because like I said, the governor is thinking of what will be good for his children. And he's not thinking about how that will save the children of Kogi. Because like I said, he's in a distributional state. So we need to figure out, how to redesign Nigeria. And in redesigning Nigeria, we have to understand that nothing is wrong with Nigeria. Nigeria is not an exceptional state. Nigeria is working. I want to tell the young people every time, the country is working. And I'll give you an example. You go to University of Nigeria in Nsukka, the hostels are overcrowded. The school is dirty. The generator is not working. There's no running water in it. Students go to school every day and study medicine. Their school fees is 150,000 naira a year. That's about less than $100, $80 a year. Then they finish. Maybe you give the child 100,000 every month. So by the time he finishes 1 year of 9 months, he has spent 900,000, 1 million, which is less than $600, about $600, $700 a month, a year. Then he does it for 6 years. We're talking about $3,000+ for 6 years to educate him through Nsukka medicine.
Swap it up to $5,000.
He finishes from Nsukka with $5,000. He writes the board exam in California, and then he becomes a board-certified doctor in California. To train an American in the medical school is minimum of $300,000 for the low-end schools, $700,000 for the high-end schools. And yet, the Nigerian doctors are sought after across Nigeria, the Western world, whether in the UK or in the US. So what do we need to do? Any sensible country will be thinking about how do we improve our capacity to keep building manpower? Because this is something that we have capacity to do. Nigerians are complaining. Nigerian computer engineers, a Nigerian company called MoneyPoint, just got $1 billion valuation a month ago. 50% of the Western funds that come into Africa end up in Nigerian companies looking for. So if the Americans are here looking for returns in investing in early stage companies in Nigeria, please don't tell me Nigeria is not working. Don't tell me that. So what needs to work is that the redesign of Nigeria, the expansion of our market capacity, the ability to move our politics from a distributional politics to a development politics by first making our elections credible and allowing the people to determine their leadership. Part of that design challenge for me is that we must do away with second term in office in Nigeria till we calm down. Let people stop using public finances in the office to get themselves a second term. So we need to figure out and give ourselves a transition period. It's work in progress. We can do it. So that our leaders can come and focus on development. Don't use our 4 years to build things that will give you a second term that have no value to the state. We don't have such time. Since the democracy started in 1999, we've had 25 years now. And the children that were born there have left university.
Okay, Ikobosi, didn't Jonathan propose this? You know, Jonathan proposed a single term, 6 years, but it did not fly. Why didn't it fly, and what's going to be different this time?
Why it didn't fly is because everybody suspected that Jonathan wanted to use it to extend his own stay. So first of all, the president that will push it has to say, you know, I'm on my second term, for instance, so I'm not eligible to run again. So I'm not running again. So we need to do this because we just need to get a broad elite consensus. When we define the meaning of Nigeria, then our institutional design will be to begin to make it possible for Nigeria to thrive. We need to begin to make it possible for Nigeria to thrive. And part of the ways to make it to thrive is that the institutions will reflect our national hopes and aspirations. So when we say we want an educational system that will produce 1 million people over the next 10 years that have this type of skills, then every state can key in into that vision. Every private and public universities can key in. When we say that we want a situation where our production of oil, our national resources, will come not anymore from just selling oil, but from our capacity to, not just from selling oil, but from our capacity to produce and export. Let me ask you, if you think about cocoa now, we're exporting cocoa in Nigeria, and part of what we export in that cocoa is the fact that our export of cocoa is done by people selling at the farm gate to people who buy the beans and export. Now, if you go beyond those, think about a state now deciding, I'm going to pay the price of the beans at the gate. I'm going to find myself $1 million every year, buy up all the beans that is coming from Ondo, and process it and build a processing factory, or find 3 or 4 private sector processors and said, we will process this and we're going to let it to, we're going to let this now to be exported as Ondo State joint venture with a private sector company. So when we export the cocoa, we can make about $4 million from cocoa butter and powder. So the state of Ondo State is earning $4 million. Out of the 1.5 million they have invested in buying cocoa, another 800,000 in processing, or 1 billion. So there's a profit already of about $2 million. Just using those numbers to give an example. Why are we allowing our farmers sell it at the farm gates? You know, instead of thinking as a development state, how to make that thing to be something everybody will look at it for. How to make it what everybody can look at. How to make it something that everybody can see the value that a Nigerian state can provide. So palm oil, for instance, is scarce in Nigeria. We import palm oil in Nigeria. So the Southeast states have no business not buying up all the palm that is there, processing it, and becoming the major sellers of palm oil with private sector companies. So this is a mixture of the marketing board and private sector ingenuity, but with the state putting in some capital. So the idea I'm proposing is that what Chinese people have done, taking what works and making it, cascading it from the local levels to the higher level. In China, there's a top-down system, but there's a bottom-up system, forcing every locality to find what they can do to attract people to their locality. Because the reward system is the more you produce, the more you get.
Exactly.
But we have a perverse reward system now.
In fact, because you've gone there, let me move to the questions from our participants. And I have a question from our friend Jerome Okolo. And he says, Ojo Madekwe, who's your, was your boss and mentor,
yes.
That when it becomes advantageous for politicians, for there to be free and fair elections, the elections would become free and fair. Jerome's question is why, when, and under what conditions would it become advantageous for the ruling party and elite to bring about the multitude of changes to the electoral law and practice, which you have proposed so thoughtfully and in such detail?
So go back to 2000, go back to 2007. President Umaru Yar'Adua was elected in an election that was widely considered not free nor fair. He came to Eagle Square and said, the election that brought me to power was not a credible election. What did he do next? He set up the Justice Uwais Commission that brought wide-ranging proposals. While it was being done, he died. President Jonathan took over from him and went and took a member of the Justice Uwais Commission, Atahiru Jega, and made him INEC chairman, and introduced all the technological systems that made it that PDP lost an election. Now, how APC have behaved since they got that power, including Saint Buhari, who was a tragic ruler for Nigeria, how they have behaved, have removed incentive for any politician to want to do any such thing. Now, instead of Nigerians praising Jonathan for building the system, what Nigerians are now saying, he's not a man. He should have doubled down. Can't you see how the people in Rivers rewrote the results? Can't you see how the people in this place rewrote the results? So now being good has not been incentivized by Nigerians. Conducting an election that you lost is now seen an act of being a sissy and of not being a strong man. So what is at stake today is that there is no mass, what I call consensus to push for the politicians to give what they currently do not have. So if I were to propose, Ojo is right in saying when it becomes advantageous. What we should be talking about is how to force the politicians for it to become advantageous. So President Yar'Adua did it from the top. And I can see that the masses haven't even responded nor recognized that even the beavers we are talking about today is a product of Umaru Yar'Adua's insistence that we reform our electoral process. So what needs to happen now is to build this coalition of hope with a single agenda to bring back our elections. Single agenda of a coalition of hope. And I'm hoping that I will find like minds to come together. Let's push this one agenda. He said, in our third answer of our national anthem, he said, "Oh God of creation, grant this our one request." Just one request. Help us to build a nation. So I'm asking Nigerians, let's not think about the economy. Let's not think about state creation. Let's not think about our divide. Let's think about, oh God of creation, grant this our one request. Help us with credible elections.
Because you've gone there and because of what you said earlier on, a friend of mine reached out when they saw the flyer that I'm going to be talking to you, and they said, why are you talking to Ikobosi? After all, he's the one that convinced Jonathan to hand over to Buhari when every other voice in the room said he should hold on. I reminded him that it was the right thing to do because there would have been bloodshed, right? But because you've raised this idea of a coalition, I have a question here from Eze. Very deep thoughts, Ikobosi, and indeed Patrick, for asking thoughtful questions. My question, we see how those ruining Nigeria are united, while those who want to push Nigeria forward are focused on individual efforts. When will the likes of Athena Center, Fix Politics, SPPG, etc., come together in a credible collective action? What are the issues preventing patriots from coming together and have that elite consensus that we have all been talking about? That's a direct question.
I always tell people, first things first. Everything has to come in tandem. The Black Lives Matter movement was not made up of Brookings Institute or Heritage or other left-wing think tanks. So there is a role for everybody in this. There is the role of the thinking. That thinking that makes it possible for people to understand what the issues are. That thinking that creates the evidence for action to be taken. If Athena has been planning to form a coalition first, we won't have time to double down in our office. It takes us roughly 4 weeks of writing INEC, receiving the report. We have 60 people entering the results every day there's an election. Immediately the election results start going onto the IREV. We built a proprietary software where all the results are entered, and it begins to flag the anomalies for us before we even wait to get INEC's own EC8B. INEC's own, when we collect INEC's data on BVAS, EC8B, C, and D, we then sit down and manually enter it again into the system. And then we begin to crunch the numbers. We begin to press it. And without it, Nigerians will not have known who is the name of the person who changed the results, who did this and who did that. So I believe very firmly that those that told you Ikobosit convinced Jonathan to hand over are the problem with Nigeria. They are part of the trouble with Nigeria. They are the people that are saying that the man of Mosul is the one that will work. So that is why, if you look at today, the men of Mosul have won. You finish running a state, you confiscate the state, you take the resources, and you bid for power. And people say he is a good politician. These are the guys. They are fearless. They are capable. You loot a state for 4 years, 8 years. Your parents have never been known to be rich. You have never been known to do any other work. And Nigerians will say, he has the resources. Why didn't you people make peace with him? Didn't you see that he has the resources? Resources from where?
Are you talking about anyone in particular?
Of all the bad people who are moving around. So we need a coalition of hope who says to people, let's come together. And this is what I believe in. Thought precedes action. So we are providing the thought. So it may happen that all of us will individually move now and form that movement that begins to campaign strategically for certain reforms and saying, this is what we want done. And we're hoping that it will happen.
So I've scanned through this and I see there are questions around leadership recruitment. There's one from Chinenye Nwogo. What do you really think is the greatest challenge with credible leadership recruitment, which I feel is the major issue with Nigeria? And there's another question related from Victor Mac Onyebu. The root causes for me are the leadership recruitment system and the integrity of the electoral process. How do you solve the challenge of the recruitment process where parties are literally hijacked by money bags and delegates are bribed to select a candidate? Is Athena also thinking about this?
So somebody just asked me yesterday, I think it was Charles on Arise TV. Charles asked me yesterday, he said, when are you going to throw this search beam on the primaries of the political parties?
Exactly.
To see the credibility of the primaries. And I didn't answer him well because we ran out of time, but I wanted to say, I'm going to say this. It doesn't really matter how parties produce their candidates because political parties are in the business of winning power. They may decide that they will appoint their candidates. You can't stop them from doing that. They may decide they will elect an insurrectionist or a felon to be their candidate. You can't stop them. So what is at stake is that if the electorates, and I'm going to warn people about this, even if our elections are credible and the elections are free and fair, it doesn't mean we are going to elect the right people. Because Nigerians can gather on election day and elect a reformed criminal. We have elected a reformed Democrat before, supported by credible thinking Nigerians. A man known to have brought down a civilian government was now elected as a reformed Democrat. So we can find the reform thieves being elected. So it doesn't follow that credible elections mean that good people will be elected. It still means that the rule of democracy means that this education we are doing, these conversations we're having, this development discourse is designed to bring people to understand the issues. I mean, it is interesting to see how powerful that podcasts have become in America, that both Kamala and Trump ended up attending podcasts more than they interviewed with mainstream television stations. That Joe Rogan had more influence on the election than even Fox TV.
And Kamala is blamed for losing the election because she didn't go to Joe Rogan's podcast.
Yes. I mean, so you can see how powerful. So when people see us doing this, that's why I support this program. I share this development discourse because it is the spread of this thought, the education of the mind that will ensure that even in a free and fair election, in a credible election, that we do not go end up electing thugs. because people can just finish and say, it doesn't matter. I can tell you, Buhari got substantial votes in northern Nigeria, and I don't even think they are rigged. I think the majority of Nigerian northerners believed that Buhari was the solution to Nigerians' problem.
Not just northerners.
I'm talking of 2019 election, not 2015, 2019.
Yes, okay.
By 2015, the whole of the country believed it. They reformed Democrats. So there were many Southerners again and many elite people who didn't vote again for him in 2019. But in 2019, he amassed 11 million votes from the area we call Northern Nigeria. So when you look at elections, the credibility of the election allows the views of the majority, like has happened in America, to prevail. It allowed the views of the majority, like happened in Brazil, where Bolsonaro won. So how to now remove those demagogues from power requires a strong coalition from the people who think otherwise. Without a strong coalition, they will likely not remove an incumbent whose views, no matter how bad they are benefiting some people and impacting some people positively.
So many questions to get through, so we'll see if we can make it a bit faster. There was always this question on values reorientation, on, maybe educating Nigerians to have a view on what Nigeria should be, etc. Where do you fall on that? Is there any nation that develops without having these values orientation? Is it a prerequisite to national development?
So I go back to my fundamental thesis, that once we haven't defined the purpose and meaning of Nigeria, we can't have national values. We can't start buying fuel for a car that we haven't bought. Let's buy the car first, and then we can buy fuel. I believe that our national values will flow from the meaning and purpose of Nigeria. What are we a state for? And I don't think that people who ask that question, I think, are talking about dismembering Nigeria. I think the issue is that the nature of Nigerian states now, the low quality, the inability to deliver positive outcomes in many areas is now beginning to force us to go back to our original design system. Because the British designed Nigeria as a convenience shop. The railway they built is from Maiduguri to Port Harcourt, Lagos to Kano to Lagos, just to extract resources, take it to the sea and export. They didn't think about moving people from the east to the west. They didn't think about diagonally crossing the country because there were no resources to move those ways. They thought about natural resources, all the agricultural products, all the cottons. They used rail and put it. So the British bureaucratic sophistication was applied to an extractive state, and it successfully extracted resources. Somebody has pointed out the various nature of colonialism in Africa, from the places where they went and allocated the land to themselves in Kenya, in South Africa, became owners, to places where they saw as hardship posts, where the malaria and the mosquito made it a place inhospitable for them. So they focused on extracting resources. Now, unfortunately, the people that inherited the British colonial system continued the extraction without the efficiency of the British bureaucracy and without the vision. The British bureaucracy did it for Her Majesty's treasury. But in Nigeria, we now did it for our private pockets.
Sure.
So I think
so many questions here. Let me get all of them brilliant questions. So let me see if I can get a lot more of them in. There's a Damilola Oyewusi. He says, how can we make this coalition of hope happen? Give us your first 3 steps and possible timeline.
So my first step is that we're going to call on many groups and people across Nigeria to join on this one simple issue. I believe we can build consensus across Nigeria, which is first, electoral reforms, the integrity of our elections. I believe that we should go from the non-contentious issues then to the more contentious issues. So our first step, like the civil rights movement was designed to bring civil rights to Blacks in America. When that goal was achieved, of course, the movement went into oblivion. The Black Lives Matter has come and is pushing across the world. We've seen movements arise. Sometimes their objective is not fully achieved, but they alter the character of the state. In Israel, We saw a movement saying to Netanyahu, you can't take away the power of the Supreme Court. So we are going to identify a single issue that unites us, and we push for it. Now, when I'm thinking that 2025 is a good year to start that, to begin to push that both the legislative action, the executive actions are taken to make sure that the 2027 election is an election that reflects the votes of Nigerians. So if we decide to re-elect the incumbent president, so be it. If we decide to elect any other person to power, so be it. Our agreement will be, this is the choice of majority of Nigerians. And I also believe that in those electoral reforms, and because of the nature of Nigeria, nobody should be president without 51% of the votes. So if nobody makes 51%, we go for a rerun. And then for the two people, so that one person can emerge with the majority of votes of Nigerians. We need to legitimize government once again. We need to make government to be legitimate. This cloud of illegitimacy that drives our government in Nigeria makes them almost act criminal, because they don't seem to think that they have enough to push for reforms. So we think that when you have that kind of mandate, then you can push your reforms, and you are sure that 51% of Nigerians are behind you.
We wait to see more and read more about this coalition of hope. But I have a question from Magnus Adiele. The Nigerian reality is very complicated. When you say that the Nigerian problem is primarily a design problem, what is that design? But I think you kind of answered that question. The question I think you should pay attention to is, who is going to design it, and how can it be redesigned?
So before now, I've always argued that the post-Civil War generation has a mission to redesign Nigeria. We don't have the hang-ups, neither do we have the burden of the past. We grew up attending federal government colleges across Nigeria. We rode on the trains that drove from ENUGU to Kaura and Amoda. Students went to Federal Government College, Sokoto, Federal Government College, Maiduguri. People went to government colleges in different places in Nigeria. And that generation is about to turn 60. The first set of them, those born in 1960, have turned 60. They've retired. I believe that those of us born after the war, the first set was pre-war children, but the independence children have retired and they haven't done much to Nigeria. The mission of the post-Civil War, those born between 1970 and all the way down to 1980, is to redesign Nigeria, to create incentives for development, to join the coalition of hope, to restore integrity to our elections, and to think of the purpose and meaning of Nigeria, so that we are all working, all our institutions are working to realize our manifest destiny as a nation.
Okay, so I have kind of the same question from Umaru Dare Baba and from Bernard Obima. You have presented great ideas. What are your thoughts on the impact of regionalism, tribalism, and religion in our politics, especially when politicians have used these factors to get into power, and what's the way forward? Bernard Obima then takes a different spin to it to say, in the Southeast, do you agree with those who argue that we should abandon the national project and politics and concentrate on developing the states? So it's kind of related, but if you can take both of them together.
So until any region successfully instills the ideals of merit, liberty, freedom in their state and become a development organization. And I will say this, it will be controversial. Lagos State is the only state that has tried to become a development state in Nigeria. And not only did he become a development state, he built a broad elite consensus that have allowed seamless transfer of power from people you will identify as no pushovers. Fashola ended up being the Minister of Works, Housing, and Power in Nigeria. His outcomes are questionable. You can debate it, but he has left the position and he's freely walking around Nigeria, still delivering speeches and talking freely. Most people who went on to become ministers such powerful end up in EFCC. Ambode did that in Lagos, tough guy, went through the public service, and then we have now Sanwo-Olu in Lagos. So you could see that there is a deliberate design to continue to offer imaginative and strong leadership in Lagos. So I want to see that region in Nigeria that has taken a development approach. Since no region has taken it, and I want to believe that our regions were heading towards crisis in 1960 to 66. I keep saying this, and I hope people will hear me. In 1965, the whole of the Eastern region, 1964 election, boycotted the election. The East did not participate in the election. And the MPC still got enough seats to form government. It took Zik 5 days to call Tafawa Balewa to form a government. And part of what Tafawa Balewa promised was that there will be constitutional reforms to change the character and the structure of the state. That was why the East agreed to now do their own election in March of 1965. So Nigerian issues have never been, is this design problem? Nigerian issues have always been there. There was no time it was glorious and that there were no issues. No, our political crisis, the minorities were fighting in the Middle Belt, the Thief crisis. The core states, Cross River, Gojari rivers, were fighting for independence in the East. The Midwest was agitating for independence. So I'm saying that no region has shown me that they have the capacity to think, especially monolithic region like the Southeast. So there is no way we can look upon Nigeria and say to Nigeria, we are better than you. Yeah, we are doing well in education and co, but nothing in our system have shown that we are the best region where people can live, that people will migrate from other places and say, I'm going to live in the East because it's a thriving place. The people recognize merit. They have days for recruitment of civil servants. You can see their civil service academy. You can see the academy is like the Singapore Public Service Academy. You can see the quality of people. You can see the systems that they put in place to run their area. There is digitized land tenure system. So if you get a C of O in the East, you can take it to any bank. So we need to show that there is something any region has done very well that will warrant us to keep arguing about regionalism. Now, for those who say that, yes, I'm one of those who agree that Nigerian states can actually come together at their subnational level and give Nigeria examples. So when you talk about the nation, what they call it in America, the health insurance for all, it was actually started by the state of Massachusetts.
Okay.
Before it was Massachusetts, under, I think it was Romney or before Romney, that forced everybody to have an insurance. That is what Obama cascaded as the Obamacare. So America's strength is in its 50 states laboratory. So people try things in the state. When it works, the federal government kind of takes it over and spreads it. So Nigeria have 36 states to show examples. The unfortunate thing is that each governor has struggled to bring somebody that they're bigger than so they can control the person, and each state has been going down one step after the other. But we're hoping that one or two states can rise to show that example that the nation can copy.
I have a question that should be a natural follow-on to your last comment, but let me go to a different question before I come back to that. There is an anonymous attendee that says, another trouble with Nigeria is lack of patriotism on the part of the leaders and the led. What practical ways can we use to reignite the spirit of patriotism that reminds us we are all stakeholders responsible for the smooth sailing of the ship called Nigeria?
There's no such drug to take and become patriotic. Patriotism is not a disease that you can, or a vitamin that you can inject in people. Again, it is about our national consensus.
No, but there's some practical things, Ikobosi.
Yes,
for instance, set up the unity schools to solve a particular problem, right?
Yes.
To bring people together. There's some practical ideas that we can use in getting people to become more patriotic.
So that's what I'm saying. The federal government colleges then disoriented again because it now became an avenue for the elites to move their children to federal government colleges. Permanent secretaries, directors in the civil service now started having slump to bring people. After a while, that failed woefully. The National Youth Service was designed, in fact, 1970s was our greatest effort as social engineering to provide national unity and to promote patriotism. But what is happening is that so long as a state is of an extractive nature, of a distributional nature, when the people that finish going to all those things will go back to their states and argue that it is the turn of their own people to produce the chief engineer in the ministry, Every time they produce chief engineer, it has always been from the other side of the state. So it is our turn now to do it. Why are people who went to National Youth Service coming back again to still plead those things? Why didn't they settle in the state where they did youth service and rise to become permanent secretaries? Because of the distributional nature of the Nigerian state. So I'm saying that the practical steps that can be taken is to fundamentally just have that agreement on what is the purpose of Nigeria. So if our purpose is to build the greatest Black nation, to create opportunity for our best and the brightest, to create an opportunity for justice, equity, not unity and freedom and faith, to create that minimum quality, a nation where no man is oppressed, then we can then now begin to design our institutions to know that every Nigerian will say, for the money I got from look at what I told you about University of Nigeria at 100,000. That is a huge subsidy from the Nigerian state. But the Nigerian state has never said to anybody, the cost of us training you by the allocations we pay is actually 7 million naira, but you paid only 1.2 million. Nigerian states have never shown that there is benefit to being Nigerian. Because if you go to Ahmadu Bello and graduate from there, man, you collected, even compared with Bayes University. I went to study law in Bayes. I was paying 2.5 million a year. In my time, I paid 10 million to graduate from law school, from Bayes University. Now it's 3.5 million, 4 million now in a year. And this same law is what they are doing in ENUGU for 125,000. Just imagine, even if you use Bayes as a denominator, 10 million and 1 million for 1 year. This is the subsidy Nigerians are receiving from the Nigerian state. But the Nigerian state haven't been able to say this to Nigerians, articulate it, that despite our weakness, we have continued to deliver some value.
Ikobosi, I'm running out of time, but I must get to this question that really puts you on the spot. And it's from Chukwebuka Obele. He has a two-part question. The first one is, how soon can we expect Athena Center's input on the proposed tax bill? But the one that puts you on the spot is, he says, are you still interested in governing Anambra State, especially and considering that the perceived zoning favors Anambra Central, where you're from, to succeed Governor Soludo? So those are the two questions.
So the last question, Athena Center will come up with his report. I'm not the only person in Athena Center. So they're looking at it, and once we're ready, we'll make it public. We'll take our time just to be sure. We are not partisans, so we don't care what people will think. We'll just make our position known. So we will. Yes, I'm interested in ruling Anambra State. That's my answer.
But you left, your last statement said that you're leaving partisan politics. Isn't that a contradiction?
For now.
For now.
Yes. I hope that if we reform the electoral process and if we rebuild Nigeria, I will reconsider my position. But if Nigeria is as presently constituted and elections is as presently done, that you can go back and redo the beavers and you can rewrite the results, I will not bother.
I have a question here, maybe my last question, from Maureen Idozu. Do you plan to engage international development partners as part of this process? How do they account for their support to the electoral process, considering the overwhelming irregularities, controversies, and what do you think about situations of such altering results as demonstrated by INEC officials? So basically, are you going to work with international development partners, especially given seemingly poor track record of their support and the outcomes that we've seen?
Definitely, we would like to work with them, but I'm one of those who don't think much about international partners in terms of, I like them because you get the opportunity of getting 100-country experience. If you work with the World Bank, if you work with so many, they have experience from across the world, we can share knowledge. But I think that the dirty job and the lifting is a Nigerian work. Despite all their support, if we're not ready to coalesce and lift, we'll end up just having all those people who, at the end of the day, the international partners, they will leave Afghanistan, they will leave, and they will come back as do-gooders to give us aid. So I think it is our job primarily. But yes, we will enjoy their expertise and the funding if need be, but I think basically it's our work. Nigerians must come to the consensus that it is time to change course.
Exactly. Ikobosi, thank you so much for your time, and the insights and the great knowledge you've shared with us today. And to the listeners, just to say that we're coming up to my last development discourse for the year, and it's going to be in 2 weeks' time, December 18th, and it will be with Professor Peter Lewis, and it's the theme is on reinforcing the guardrails, institution building, and Africa's development. Same time in 2 weeks' time. And once again, thank you for always joining us, and I hope this has been a fruitful experience for you. Ikobosi, thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And well done on the development discourse. Keep at it.
Thank you. Thank you much.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hi, my name is Shimata Rigawa, and I am a champion. It's even hard to talk about me, because you know my stance. I'm an actor, a producer, a trailer, founder and president of Women in Film and TV Nigeria. I actually run the Fulo, which has this festival that's amazing. I've been running since forever. Yeah. And not to speak much about myself. Yeah. So happy to be here.
In Nollywood, stories are more than entertainment. They shape how we see ourselves, our communities, and the world. One emerging voice challenging traditional narratives and pushing for gender equity is Chimateva Igbawa, a Nigerian filmmaker whose work bridges culture, identity, and transformation. Chimateva first captured international attention through his short film Salamatu's Rhapsody, a coming-of-age story that centers on a young girl growing into her own voice and power. This film, developed under the British Council's Film Lab Africa, was selected for screenings in Lagos and London and recognized at the UK Film Awards.
Why does this still matter? You know, for me, my personal experience on why it matters is when I saw Outrageous in New York, and they were talking about things in 1930 that I know that I dealt with in 2024.
One of the things that caught my attention is that I realized that this is based on true story, right? And it's not just an African thing that young men tell their daughters that women don't go to school. Seeing this, that is based on the British, 1930s, and then the same thing that we hear that our parents say in Africa, they too are saying it. So I'm like, oh, so this thing is deeper. It's not just an Africa thing. That's just one thing that I took note of.
Now, did you all hear, this is my brother, my little brother here, Benue State University as of today. And the most painful part, like you mentioned, a lecturer opened his mouth to say women are not capable. Clearly that tells us that this still matters, right? That we are not doing enough. We that have roles to play in whatever shape or form in media, we're not doing a lot. Story shape perception, like I mentioned, and I've been saying it, right? And like Joy mentioned, our core goal is to shift norms. If we want to shift norms, one of the most potent ways to do is through media. And through media is to show them the right thing, a balanced perspective. And if you're telling gender equitable stories, you know, you can shape perception, you can influence the real world.
What makes Chimateva's approach to storytelling particularly powerful is his commitment to gender equitable narrative. Rather than reinforcing cliches or one-dimensional roles, his characters are layered, aspirational, and reflective of real human experiences. In Salamato's Rhapsody, for example, his storytelling challenges traditional notions of what boys and girls should do, opening space for girls to be leaders and agents of change in their communities.
Speaking about women empowerment and the military, it's clear, using the North where I'm from, that if we have women in top leadership, like imagine this scenario, the chief of defense staff in the army is a lady. Imagine how she would take care of the women there, how she would be so passionate about security of the place. If you go to Borno, for example, now, women are suffering, literally. They are getting forced to marry. They don't have any economic means. All their lands are taken. They can't go to the market because they will be burned. Now, I'm so passionate about that because I believe that if we diversify the leadership in the Nigerian military space, we have women who really are at the top level and can make decisions that are not just security, because these people also make political decisions. I believe strongly that not just the North, but Nigeria entirely, it will lead to so much growth because women are needed for economic growth. And with their security being secured, let me home back to the North, like Borno, we'll see growth. If you go to that place right now, it's dead. And so that's what I want to talk about. And I'm so happy to be at this film festival. It's one that I've always dreamt about. And my purpose here is very simple. First, I want to create awareness of how important it is for us to tell gender equitable stories. And then hopefully at the end of it all, I want to give strategies and ideas that will aid all the filmmakers that will come to this session go with how to tell stories that balance gender in all forms. I was able to impact young persons that came with little or no knowledge about how they can infuse gender equity in their stories. But having taught them a bit about it, I said a bit because there is a lot to unpack when it comes to telling gender equitable stories. And I'm so happy, I'm so excited because this mission that I believe in, with this workshop, I know I've sown a seed. I can't guarantee I've caused a change, but I've sown a seed and created a spark that as they leave here today, they will continue thinking about this and they'll continue researching. And in the long run, I can be rest assured that very soon, across all our media in Nigeria, not just film and television, we'll start seeing balanced storytelling through the lens of gender equity.
It was about telling more stories and so we took women as the case study and putting women in more situations where it would start becoming like a norm. So my own takeaway or recommendation was, sometimes you would also have to pay the price, because I started an example of Chike and Director Pink and how he took the risk of, hiring a whole female team band, and today we have Director Pink from just that, one act. So everyone has to play a role in that. If you want to see more women or want to see more women in places that we think that everybody can thrive.
How we tell these stories, because a lot of the stories that we've seen out are pushed from our own personal POVs, and some of these personal POVs are sometimes warped, and then they push for archaic points of views that limits or holds back certain genders. So you see framings like, best female director, and then you see other film framings like best director. So all we want now is the best way, I think, would be to frame it as best director, period, and not trying to see it from a gender lens. Let's see it from a human lens, that men and women, talent is all that matters. And I really do think that it was a really brilliant conversation. We've all these stories that are equitable. For us today at this festival,
who carry the baton in telling Nigerian or African stories or stories in generally, it is important for us to know at least the basics of telling gender equitable stories. Because if you have dreams of shifting the narrative of African stories or telling stories that travel and go global, you need to have tools, and the tools for you to do this is to know how to tell stories that are equitable. In whatever field you're working on, a poet, music producer, A&R manager, fashion stylist, a journalist, actor, whatever, right? You can help spark the brains. I keep saying this, you don't have to do much. Present this thing in such a way that the audience will consume and then they begin to think. Get them to think. Because if they don't know about it, they cannot think. And once they think and you present it in the right way, that change we're dreaming of will happen. So that's the main goal I look for this. I don't look for so many things. It's just that don't go out thinking that, oh, I'm going to change the world. Go out thinking that with what I have and where I am, because there's only so much you can do, to be honest. What can you? Yes, you can bet an immediate impact that the world shifts in a direction we want it. You as a teacher, I mean, you can't guarantee it right now. But where you are, if you impact them here, in the long run, there'll be a difference.
Now, with his debut feature, Language of the Wind, filmed in northern Nigeria, Shimateva continues this powerful journey. The film is shaped by his deep engagement with culture and identity in the north, a region where historical narratives have often sidelined women's perspectives. Northern Nigeria has some of the richest traditions and strongest cultural identities in the country, but it's also a space where conversations around gender roles can be deeply layered and complex. Shimateva doesn't attack culture though, he works within it. He tells stories that respect tradition while gently asking, but what if women led here too? That is the sweet spot for Shimateva.
So, what does being part of this program mean to me? I'll tell you a story. Sometime last year, I did a short film called Salamatu Rhapsody. In my head, while I was working on that film, all I was thinking about was gender equality. But just being part of this program, I've been educated to understand that there is a difference, right? There is gender equitable storytelling and gender equality. And what it means for me to be part of this program is to now go back with my next project and subsequent projects to be sure that each project I'm working on, I'm conscious of being gender equitable with my storytelling, knowing how each character matters, knowing how choice, even colors, and who comes first. How many females do we have? How many males do we have? And that will be my calling. Not just for this next film I'm working on, but for the next one, until I'm called President of Gender Equitable Storytelling. Thank you. It's not just about putting a woman out there, right? It's putting her in a position whereby she could be who she is with her flaws. She's a human being, and we all humans have flaws. You know, put her in position and places whereby typically is male dominated or is frowned by tradition or stuff like that.
In as much as we're talking about women, I feel like it's also important for us to note that it's also a space for boys to be vulnerable as well. So it shouldn't be polarizing. It should be balanced for both guys, both boys and girls.
Maybe because I'm a woman, and also maybe because I see, experiences of women, my mom, my aunties and all of that. I see their aspirations, some of them, how they talk it in because they have kids and they were told that, oh, some want to go to school, but they were told, oh, no, stay at home, take care of your kids and all of that. I literally have people like that in my life, and then I now see them as older women and I see, residue of maybe resentment or regret, and all of that. And I'm like, okay.
The men show up more than the females. And so sometimes it's not necessarily that the industry is male dominated, is that we don't have enough females actually showing up to do this. For example, in the trainings that we do, I also teach alongside Femi. When I'm teaching cinematography, I can have a class of 17 people, only one female will be there. And they're usually really good. They're usually really talented. But can we have more of you show up? No, but acting class, the whole 90% is women.
There are three persons. There is a female, there are males. Positioning. In the sense that you might notice that a female is positioned in a corner or behind. That thing might look like just not. No, it's a bias. It's something that has been ingrained in us. As a cinematographer, you understand, and as a director, you could just use it to start changing the narrative. Rewrite the frame. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Why is she framed in a corner? Why is she behind? Why is she not in the front? Why is she not in the center? Why is she the one standing and then the men are sitting down? Simple questions like that you ask. And then when you tweak your story with some of these things, you might not know it, but you're rewriting the frame.
Hi, my name is Dr. Chimka. I am really glad I got to attend this workshop because it showed me that there is work to be done, right? And I got to learn a lot. I got to share my insights and listen to other people's insights as well. I would like to applaud the work that is already being done. And I would like to implore that we should take more action, take more actionable steps towards gender equity, especially through the media. It was amazing. We spoke a lot, we learned a lot, and yeah, I loved it.
It's my greatest privilege to be here, most especially to interact with people of different caliber and intellectual capacity. The pathway to an intellect is to learn, unlearn, and relearn. So I must admit the fact that I have learned a lot from this workshop. Thanks for the organizers and everyone who has planned for this workshop. Thank you.
Beyond his films, Shimateva's work highlights his dedication to gender equitable storytelling itself, placing him alongside renowned Nollywood voices committed to expanding who gets to tell stories and how. By centering women and girls as complex protagonists, he creates films that don't just reflect life in northern Nigeria, they reshape it. Through authentic representation, audiences are invited to see women as community leaders, decision makers, and change makers. This, in turn, empowers both women and men to question the restrictive roles society has placed on them.
The first question is for me to think of the story, right? And when I say story, I also mean think about the story world, think about the professions, right? Think about the timing. Now, when I think about all of this, I start guiding my decisions of approaching storytelling in such a manner that it is gender equitable. And how do I do it? Just to start with, whenever a story pops into my head, and I look at it, what are the genders involved in this? Male or female? How many females do I have? How many males do I have? If there are females, in what position are these females? What professions are they in? What times is it, right? Are they in such a place whereby they are positioned and set in the strong light? Or are they just like supporting, just to aid the male gender, to push the story forward, just supporting, and just putting them in a stereotypical role that we all have known? No, I don't approach it. I don't. I won't approach it like that anymore. Having gone through all of it, it has to be in such a manner that there are women, not just women in it, not just supporting role, but women in powerful positions, because in reality, my eyes have been opened. Women are powerful, right? I'll answer you straightforward. That's why the money is important. Because if I own the money, I run the production, what will you say? I'm funding it, I'm hiring you, I'm paying you, and if I say it's left, I'm sorry, like we watched in that movie yesterday, you have to do it my way. With this knowledge, apart from the fact that my position as a producer, I can influence a lot in production. But it's not just going to be that, it's also going to be education as well, because I'm getting educated. And the moment I get back, we have workshops planned, we have talk shows and things like that. it has to be through education, because there's only so much you can do using your position of influence and power as a producer to get them to fall in line and make sure that if he's a writer, what he's writing, he's thinking about gender sensitivity. You're not just writing what is there, because it's easy. They say art imitates life, or life. It's easy when you say, okay, but this is what is happening. Yeah, but why is it happening so? Have you ever thought about it? Is that the best way? How can we now reverse it? How can we now change things, right? So yeah, I can use my influence, but the best way that I think will be sustainable is actually getting them to see, educating them. As I'm learning here, I go back, we have these sessions, they get to understand that yes, it might be this, but it could be this, and this is actually better. Therefore, let's do it like this. Remember I mentioned this, that if we don't take anything out of this, and I'm stressing this word, an acute awareness of tropes and biases. If you don't take anything out of this, take that in everything you're doing. Like for us, we're telling stories, and I remember I did this course. It got me thinking. This course in England, and they were talking about ordering in film. And what does it mean in ordering? Let's say you see this thing like American movies. There is the president, they're meeting, and then there are people supposed to go into his office. How they stand? Where is the woman standing? Is she behind all the men? Is she in front? Is she put by the corner? These things are subtle. You might look like just people walking, but it reinforces norms. It's built on norms of gender inequality and inequity. You understand what I'm trying to say? So when I say tropes, if you don't take anything out of whatever you're doing, you're writing lyrics, you're writing poems, you're writing a journalistic piece, you're styling someone. Just pause for a moment. Why am I going this direction? And I bet you, if you stop and ask deeply, you might notice that, oh, you're following a program. You're doing this without even thinking about it.
So it's been an amazing session, and then I was glad when I saw the poster for this event by Shima, and I was looking forward to it. So, and then understanding that in storytelling, we creatives need to make gender equality as our focus. Equity has to be our focus for both genders, male and female. So I'm very excited I was here. I learned a lot. Thank you.
I'd like to appreciate the organizer for organizing such a brilliant workshop where people across different walks of life get to explore various topics across film, media, television, and journalism. In the future, I'd like to see a workshop like this with an expanded space with more people, so I can have this same conversation again across board. Till another time, I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Having gone through this training, what I think has changed for me is a deeper realization and acceptance that truly, there has been gender inequality and gender imbalance. Is that correct, sir? Especially based on the story I watched yesterday. I remember the founder of Nest Hub. He was talking some time ago before he died. It was like he understands that there has been some concern about women not being empowered, but of late it seems like every funding of everything is like, if there are 10 people that are accepting, they accept like 8 women and 2 guys. So I feel like it's creating empowerment. They haven't seen that widow champion. I looked at it and I'm like, whoa, this thing has been happening for years and still happening. Therefore, no matter what is being done now, if you have 10 persons and you pick 9 women and 1 guy, it's still not enough. So that's a major takeaway. And how I'll use it is that there is no way Shima will make a movie, and then there is no strong female lead. Position her in such a manner that is powerful. Not empower, powerful.
In a film industry still working to dismantle entrenched gender stereotypes, Chimateva Igbawa stands out as a storyteller whose creative vision is grounded in equity and inclusion. Through his films and his engagement with the next generation of creatives, he's helping Nollywood evolve into a space where diverse voices, especially those of women from every region of Nigeria, can be heard, valued, and celebrated. This is why Shimateva is our champion.
We are local.
International communities observing Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, FGEU WHO unveiled 4.2 million euros initiative for disease outbreak response. FG scraps UTME requirement for NCE candidates. EU agrees to restore full trade ties with Syria. And 2 more cruise ship passengers test positive for antivirus. Details in a moment.
every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government, in partnership with the European Union and the World Health Organization, has launched a 4.2 million euro initiative aimed at strengthening Nigeria's ability to detect and respond to disease outbreaks. The program, known as EU Support to Public Health Institutes in Nigeria, was unveiled on Monday in Abuja during a gathering of health experts, government officials, and development partners. The 4-year initiative, valued at about 6.7 billion naira, is funded by the European Union and implemented by the World Health Organization, collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. Intervention is expected to improve early detection of disease outbreaks, strengthen information sharing, and enhance the operations of select public health institutions across the country. Speaking at the launch, the Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Isiaq Salako, described the program as a major boost for Nigeria's healthcare system. According to him, the initiative aligns with the federal government's renewed hope agenda and will support efforts to improve healthcare delivery, especially for vulnerable populations. Nigeria continues to battle recurring outbreaks of infectious diseases such as cholera, Lassa fever, meningitis, diphtheria, and mpox, alongside rising cases of non-communicable diseases, including hypertension and diabetes. Health experts say the burden of these diseases has exposed gaps in disease surveillance, emergency preparedness, data management, and coordination among health institutions. The EU-Spain initiative aims to address these challenges by improving collaboration among public health agencies, strengthening workforce capacity, and expanding digital systems for real-time health data sharing. Officials said the program would also support the integration of public health services into primary healthcare systems and communities nationwide. At least 75% of health workers involved in the program are expected to receive digital skills training to improve disease monitoring and emergency response. Intervention is also expected to benefit frontline health workers across federal, state, and local government levels through better coordination, improved tools, and enhanced technical support. European Union Ambassador to Nigeria, Gatia Mignon, said the program demonstrates the EU's commitment to strengthen Nigeria's health security system through digitally enabled public health institutions. Also speaking, the World Health Organization representative in Nigeria, Dr. Pavel Otsa, said the initiative would improve preparedness, coordination, and response systems capable of saving lives and protecting communities. Stakeholders expect the program to significantly strengthen Nigeria's public health coordination and data systems by 2028. African leaders are meeting in Nairobi, Kenya for a 2-day summit with French President Emmanuel Macron aimed at pushing for fairer global risk assessment and increased investment flows into Africa. The Africa Forward Summit, hosted by Kenyan President William Ruto and French President Emmanuel Macron, has brought together delegations from more than 30 African countries, alongside United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Among the African leaders attending the summit are the presidents of Botswana, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, Senegal, and Zambia. A major focus of the discussions is the long-standing concern that African countries are unfairly classified as high-risk destinations for global financial markets and credit rating agencies. Kenya's Foreign Minister, Musalia Mudavadi, said that African governments and businesses continue to face higher borrowing costs because of perceptions that the continent carries greater financial and political risk than other regions. Mudavadi argued that recent global conflicts, including instability in the Middle East, demonstrate that risk exists worldwide and should not be disproportionately associated with Africa. African leaders have repeatedly criticized major global credit rating agencies for what they describe as inflated risk assessments that discourage investment and increase debt servicing costs across the continent. The African Union is also pushing plans to establish a continental credit ratings agency aimed at providing what supporters call a more balanced and accurate assessment of African economies. The summit is also expected to explore new financing mechanisms capable of supporting infrastructure, job creation, and economic development across the continent. Fear and uncertainty have enveloped parts of Imeziowa in Ezagwe local government area of Enugu State following a military operation launched after a reported confrontation between troops and suspected members of the Eastern Security Network, ESN. Residents of Opata-Ezema, Akuke-Umudim, and Abanuzo communities fled their homes as soldiers supported by armored vehicles and aerial surveillance stormed the area in what the Nigerian Army described as an intelligence-driven operation against criminal elements.
The Opata-Ezema, Akuke-Umudim, and Abanuzo communities in Imeziowa, Ezagwe local government area of Enugu State, have been largely deserted following the deployment of the heavily armed soldiers and armored vehicles to the area. The operation followed intelligence from local vigilante groups concerning the activities of suspected gunmen said to have been operating within the communities since November last year. Eyewitnesses said military helicopters were seen hovering over the area before ground troops moved in with armored tanks and military Hilux vans. Sources within the communities alleged that an exchange of gunfire occurred between the troops and the suspected gunmen, during which some soldiers were reportedly injured. Residents also claimed that some houses were set ablaze while several young men were taken away during the operation. However, in a statement issued in Enugu over the weekend, the Acting Deputy Director, Army Public Relations 82 Division of the Nigerian Army, Lieutenant Colonel Olabisi Ayeni, said troops of Sector 1 of Operation Udoka, working in collaboration with other security agencies, successfully foiled an attack by suspected members of the Eastern Security Network. According to the statement, the troops were conducting an intelligence-led patrol aimed at flushing out criminal elements and their collaborators when they came under attack from a building within the area. The Army spokesperson disclosed that 3 personnel sustained injuries during the encounter, but noted that the troops successfully repelled the attack, secured the area, and evacuated the injured soldiers to a military medical facility for treatment. The Army further urged residents to remain calm and refrain from harboring criminal elements, assuring that ongoing security operations are being carried out professionally and with a commitment to safeguarding lives and property. Meanwhile, community members, while acknowledging the intervention of security agencies, are calling on the Chief of Army Staff and the Enugu State Government to investigate allegations surrounding the burning of houses and the arrest of some residents said to be innocent. They also appealed for the quick restoration of peace and normalcy to enable displaced residents return to their homes and resume their daily activities.
President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of retired Major General Adeyinka Fadewa as Special Advisor on Homeland Security. The appointment was confirmed in a circular issued on Monday and signed by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume. The circular was conveyed through the Permanent Secretary of the General Services Office, Ibrahim Kana. According to the Presidency, the appointment recognizes Major General Fadewa's distinguished military career, strategic expertise, and contributions to Nigeria's national security architecture. President Tinubu said the decision reflects his administration's commitment to strengthen internal security coordination across the country. The President stressed the need for intelligence-driven security operations to tackle emerging threats and improve national stability. He also emphasized the importance of stronger collaboration among security agencies in protecting life and securing communities nationwide. Tinubu stated that the appointment demonstrates the government's resolve to build a more responsive and coordinated security framework capable of addressing current and future security challenges. Major General Fadewa is expected to support the administration in developing strategies aimed at improving homeland security operations and interagency cooperation. Candidates seeking admission into Nigeria's Certificate in Education NCE programs in colleges of education will no longer be required to sit for the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, UTME. The Minister of Education, Tunja Laus, announced the new policy on Monday during the 2026 policy meeting of a Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board JAMB in Abuja. Under the revised admission guidelines, candidates seeking admission into NCE programs would only need a minimum of 4 O-level credit passes to qualify. According to the minister, the policy is aimed at reducing the administrative burden on JAMB and encouraging more young Nigerians to embrace the teaching profession. And also explained that although candidates will no longer sit for the UTME, they will still be required to register with JAMB for credential screening, verification and admission processing through the Central Admissions Processing System known as CAPS. The minister also announced that exemption would apply to candidates seeking admission into national diploma programs in non-technology agricultural and agriculture-related courses. It described the policy as a balanced approach that widens access to education while maintaining the integrity of the admission process. Meanwhile, the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board JAMB and stakeholders in the education sector have announced deadlines for the completion of a 2025-2026 admission exercise into tertiary institutions across Nigeria. The decision was reached during the 2026 JAMB annual policy meeting on admissions into tertiary institutions. According to the resolutions adopted at the meeting, all public universities are expected to conclude their admission processes on or before October 31st, 2026. Private universities have also been directed to complete the admissions not later than November 30th, 2026. Meanwhile, polytechnics, monotechnics, and colleges of education are expected to conclude the admission exercises on or before December 31st, 2026. Policy meeting brought together vice chancellors, rectors, provosts, and other stakeholders in the education sector to deliberate on ways of improving and harmonizing admission processes nationwide. Stakeholders said the timelines are aimed at ensuring uniformity, transparency, and efficiency in the admission system across tertiary institutions in the country. The meeting also focused on streamlining the admission process to reduce delays and improve coordination among institutions and regulatory bodies. EU agrees to restore full trade ties with Syria. 2 more cruise ship passengers test positive for hantavirus. Details of these and more on our foreign news.
We are local.
International communities why the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The European Council has ended the partial suspension of its cooperation agreement with Syria, restoring broader trade relations as the country seeks economic recovery after nearly 14 years of conflict. In a statement released on Monday, the European Council described the move as an important step towards strengthening ties between the European Union and Syria. The Council said the decision sends a strong political signal of the EU's commitment to re-engage with Syria and support its economic recovery following years of civil war. The development comes as foreign ministers from the 27 member states met in Brussels with Syria's top diplomat Assad al-Shaibani, marking the beginning of a high-level political dialogue between both sides. The renewed engagement follows the removal of former Syrian President Bashar al-Assad from power in December 2024. Earlier this year, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, during a visit to Damascus, pledged Europe's support for Syria's reconstruction and recovery efforts. The cooperation agreement between the EU and Syria has been partially suspended in 2011 after the Assad government cracked down on anti-government protests that later escalated into a prolonged civil war. Before the suspension, the agreement allowed for reduced duties on most industrial imports from Syria. Trade between Syria and the European Union has peaked in 2010 at more than 7 billion euros before collapsing during the conflict years. A French woman and an American man have tested positive for hantavirus after an outbreak aboard the MV Honduras cruise ship, as international authorities continue repatriating passengers and monitoring possible contacts. French Health Minister Stéphanie Rist confirmed that a French passenger from the MV Honduras tested positive for the virus, with her condition reportedly deteriorating. She said authorities are acting quickly to break transmission chains and have strengthened isolation measures for contact cases to protect public health. So far, 4 other French passengers have tested negative, while 22 close contacts have been identified and are being monitored. In the United States, the Department of Health and Human Services confirmed that an American passenger on a repatriation flight tested mildly positive for the virus, while another showed mild symptoms. Both were placed in biocontainment units during transport as a precaution. Authorities say all 17 passengers returning from the cruise ship will undergo full medical assessments upon arrival. The total number of confirmed hantavirus cases linked to the outbreak now stands at 10. The World Health Organization has confirmed at least 2 deaths and 1 probable death, while several patients remain hospitalized, including one in intensive care in South Africa. Thailand's former Prime Minister, Thaksin Shinawatra, has been released from prison in Bangkok after serving 8 months of 1-year sentence over corruption-related offenses. Hundreds of supporters, family members, and political allies gathered outside Klong Prem Central Prison on Monday to welcome the 76-year-old billionaire politician as he regained his freedom. Chants of "We love Thaksin" filled the air as the former prime minister emerged from the prison dressed in a simple white shirt and closely cropped hair. Thaksin smiled and greeted supporters, but declined to speak with reporters before leaving the prison grounds. The former leader served as Thailand's prime minister from 2001 until he was ousted in the military coup in 2006 while abroad. After spending 15 years in self-imposed exile, he returned to Thailand in 2023 to face charges linked to abuse of power and conflict of interest during his administration. Although initially sentenced to 8 years in prison, the sentence was later reduced to 1 year by the king. Among those who received him was his daughter, Paetongtarn Shinawatra, who was removed as prime minister late last year following a constitutional court ruling. Lebanon's health ministry says Israeli attacks over the past 24 hours have killed 51 people, including 2 medical workers, despite an ongoing ceasefire agreement. The Lebanese health ministry accused Israel of violating international humanitarian law by directly targeting medical personnel and health facilities in southern Lebanon. According to the ministry, 2 separate Israeli raids struck health authorities' centers in Kwaiwila and Tibnin in the Bint Jebel district, killing 2 paramedics. Authorities say Israeli military operations since March 2nd have claimed at least 2,846 lives across Lebanon. The United Nations reports that more than 100 Lebanese medical workers have been killed and over 230 injured in more than 130 Israeli strikes targeting healthcare-related facilities and personnel. And that's it on the foreign news.
Let's turn our attention now to sports with Christopher Laley.
Nigeria's Falconets secured qualification for the 2026 FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup after overcoming Malawi Women's Under-20 national team 3-2 on aggregate in their final qualifying fixtures on Saturday. The result confirmed Nigeria's place at the 2026 FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup in Poland and extended the country's remarkable record of qualifying for every edition of the tournament since its inception. Nigeria had earlier defeated Malawi 2-0 in the first leg played in Ikene Remo. Elsewhere, Ghana women's under-20 national team also booked qualification after edging Uganda women's under-20 national team 3-2 on aggregates. Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen will miss Galatasaray SK's final Turkish Super League match of the season against Kasim Pasha SK after receiving his 5th yellow card of the campaign during Saturday night's victory over Antalyaspor. Despite the suspension setback, Osimhen played a decisive role as Galatasaray secured the league title following an entertaining 4-2 comeback win at home. The Super Eagles forward scored twice in the encounter, helping Galatasaray overturn deficits on 2 occasions to clinch a 4th consecutive Turkish Super League crown in dramatic fashion. Jeremy Doku said last month that he needed to add more goals to his game to be considered one of the best wingers in the world. Is he part of that conversation now? The Belgium international's recent exploits are keeping Manchester City in this season's title race, with another star showing on Saturday's 3-0 win over Brentford. Doku's goal opened the scoring against the stubborn Bees, cutting inside and calling in a delightful finish, just as he did to rescue a last gasp draw of Everton on Monday. The 23-year-old has now scored 4 important goals in his past 3 games: the strike against Brentford, the double at Hill Dickinson Stadium, and his effort against Southampton to help City into the FA Cup final. In tennis, world number 1 Jannik Sinner began his bid for more tennis history with a straightforward victory against Sebastian Ofner in the Italian Open second round. Victory in Rome would mean Sinner became only the 2nd player after Novak Djokovic to complete a career Golden Masters of winning all 9 Masters 1000 events. The Italian is the form player on the men's tour, having won the past 5 Masters events and has lost just 2 matches this season. In front of a packed crowd, Sinner swept aside Austria's Ofner 6-3, 6-4 for his 29th successive win at a Masters event. Meanwhile, world number 1 Aryna Sabalenka suffered a 2nd defeat in 3 matches as she was beaten by Sorana Crista in the Italian Open 3rd round. She missed 6 match points in a quarter-final loss to Hailey Baptiste at the Madrid Open on 28 April in what was just her 2nd defeat of the year. And just 11 days later, Sabalenka's French Open preparation suffered a further blow with a 2-6, 6-3, 7-5 defeat by Romania's 27th-ranked Cristea. It is Sabalenka's earliest loss since the Dubai Championships in February 2025 and ends a streak of making the quarter-finals or better for 17 tournaments in a row. And that's sports news on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele.
And now let's turn our attention to entertainment news.
Nigerian record producer and music executive Michael Collins Ajere, popularly known as Don Jazzy, has described alternative rock singer Johnny Drill as the best musician he knows. Speaking on a recent episode of the Creatorium podcast, the Maven Records boss stated that Johnny Drill's sound is unique and unmatched in the Nigerian music industry. He noted that the singer stands out for his versatility as well as his skill in music production, songwriting, and live performance. Don Jazzy further explained that Johnny Drill delivers the same vocal quality during live performances as he does in studio recordings, describing him as a complete musician with exceptional talent. Veteran Nigerian actors Kanayo Okanayo and Shola Shobowale have been honored with the Industry Merit Award at the 2026 edition of the African Magic Viewers' Choice Awards. The duo received the awards on Saturday night during the 12th edition of the ceremony held at Echo Hotel and Suites. The recognition celebrated their long-standing contribution to the Nigerian film industry and their influence as two of Nollywood's most respected screen veterans. While receiving her award, Shola Sobowale expressed gratitude to the organizers, her fans, colleagues, and her children for supporting her throughout her career and making motherhood easier for her. Kanayo, on his part, used the opportunity to speak out against xenophobic attacks in South Africa. Nigerian influencer Priscilla Ojo has opened up about the public scrutiny her husband Juma Jokes faced before they welcomed their first child together. Speaking during an interview with media personality Chude Jidowo, Priscilla revealed that many people in Tanzania speculated that Juma Jokes was impotent because he had no child at the age of 35, despite being wealthy, famous, and previously involved in several relationships. According to her, the rumors became more intense because many of his friends and colleagues in the music industry already had children while he did not. Priscilla also recounted the challenges they faced before the birth of their son in August 2025, adding that the speculations continued even after the child's arrival, with some people claiming the baby was born through surrogacy or implantation. The couple held their civil wedding in Tanzania in February 2025 before celebrating their traditional and white wedding in Lagos in April 2025. They later welcomed their first child, Prince Rakim Ayomide Mbakala, in Canada in August 2025. That's the entertainment news. Queen Wokunta, Signature TV News.
That's the news. I am Barry Kumado. Thank you very much for watching.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We have male dominance in politics, which is number one. Men have dominated the political arena in Nigeria. We have educated women. We have women that have the zeal and the passion for politics, but the arena has been dominated by men. Men that, I'm sorry to say, they don't want to see women reach their desired position. So we have so many problems apart from the male domination. We have the religious problem, especially where I'm coming from. I'm coming from the northern part of the country. We have the cultural biases, we have the religious biases, which work hand in hand to bring women down during the political, in politics or generally in decision making in the country. So these three factors are the hindrance, what brought the hindrance in women participation or women inclusion in Nigeria. The hindrances, we've already overcome some of them. Because when a woman goes out to campaign, if you look at the campaign arena, you'll find out that we have a lot of women, especially from the grassroots. You find out that women constitute majority of the voters and mobilizers for their parties, for their candidates. And even if you go to polling units, you find out that 75% of the people lining up to cast their vote are women and children and youths. So women are mobilizers, and at the same time, women usually they come out en masse to support what they want. So that first hindrances we've overcome it, because we can always come out to vote for what we want and what we believe will bring the best for our interests. But when you look at the political institution, a woman will vote, but when the candidate attains to power, she will be overlooked. She will be overlooked, and women interests have been overlooked nationally and internationally. At the local level, at the state level, at the international level, women interests are overlooked, in the sense that women are given negligible positions. Women have not been included in the decision making or in appointment by the political parties or by the governor, which we are calling from the state, from the national level, that women should be included in the decision making as stakeholders, as position holders in terms of appointment, so that we will have a say in politics. Since we have our votes, we mobilize, we gang up, we have loyalty, we have all what it takes. Less women have a voice, less women have a say. And when I talk about the religious biases, we've overcome the religious biases in the sense that women have been urged to come out to vote and to be voted for. It's not against our religion. It's not against our religion, and we've been doing that. We have so many educated women that are politically vibrant. Looking at the women coming out to vie for political positions, women are ever ready to come out en masse to support women, so that we'll see what will happen when women support women. Like the campaign we are having right now, that is women supporting women in the parliament, that will bring a lot of fruitful, encouraging atmosphere for women to be voted for. Like if you take for an example, if you look at the National Assembly, we have only 3 women in the Senate, only 3 women out of the 109, only 3 women are the Senate. So if we have women, a lot of women coming out to vie for Senate seats, a lot of women will come out to encourage them to be part of it, so that we'll have a lot of women senators. When you look at the state, the House of Representatives, we have only 17 members, women, only 17 in the National Assembly. Out of 366, we have only 17 women, which is very, very negligible number. We need to do more. Women need to come out en masse to support women, so that we will attend so many positions, viable positions, important positions in the Senate and in the National Assembly, at the state, at the local level, even at the national level. So women supporting women is a very important issue which we need to address as women, and to encourage each other to come out and support each other. And also, when you look at the Nigerian Constitution, you will find out that we have the 35% affirmative action, which has not been met up till this time. It has not been attained by women. When you have 3 senators, you have only 17 members in the House of Assembly. That means we are nowhere. Women are nowhere. Even the quota has not been met.
We are local.
International communities observing every
market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
For years, petty traders across markets in Enugu State have been subjected to daily levies, ranging from 100 to 200 naira. Relief has, however, come the way of these traders, as the state government has put an end to the charges, which some people have described as burdensome. At a stakeholders meeting on the harmonization of market revenue collection, organized by the Enugu State Internal Revenue Service at the Old Government Lodge, government officials declared such daily tolls illegal. Representing Governor Peter Mba, the secretary to the state government, Professor Chidebere Onya, said the directive is in line with ongoing fiscal reforms targeted at reducing multiple taxation and improving the business climate in the state. He also announced the constitution of a task force to be coordinated by the Office of the Secretary to the State Government to enforce compliance across all markets.
Market toll refers to tolls that are
collected from traders without lock-up shops anywhere in the state. This is those that pay 200 naira daily on the market. Those people that sit by the road without shops. Most of you have talked about it. Governor has directed that in line with the new tax laws meant to support the poor, those store revenue collections is hereby suspended with immediate effect.
Where the governor reads out his pronouncements, it becomes our duty to ensure that these pronouncements are adhered to.
While the suspension affects only petty traders without lock-up shops, authorities clarify that traders operating from lock-up shops will continue to pay their annual dues, which range from 30,000 to 36,000 naira. Stakeholders at the meeting, including the chairman of the State's Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Samuel Asado, and market leaders, welcomed the policy, describing it as timely and responsive to the plight of grassroots traders.
Just to find a way to help the government find a way. Now it's not about it. Because they won't lose stores, I don't have that stores. He has a big change, and he was supposed to bring change to the grassroots, and that's what we're doing now.
Also speaking, the chairman of the Association of Local Government of Nigeria in the state, Okechukwu Ede, assured that council chairmen will ensure strict complementation of the directive across all local government areas.
I will equally charge my colleagues to go to our respective local governments and make sure that we ensure the directive of His Excellency is being maintained.
Analysts say the suspension of the daily levies could significantly reduce financial pressure on petty traders, stimulate informal sector growth, and strengthen the state's economic base. They note that the policy aligns with Governor Peter Mbah's wider reforms aimed at boosting internally generated revenue without overburdening the most vulnerable. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
When we had opportunity of participating during the midwifing of the two political parties by the military, they gave us logistics, they gave us offices, they also provided transportation, and they also funded the parties. So the only problem that we were manifesting was the issue of the money bags, those who will be influencing the electoral process. So after that regime, it was an open field for people, because looking at the our electoral system, the American presidential system, is a very corrupt political regime because the constituencies are larger and the process of selection of the candidates is also very cumbersome. That the parties were managed by people who have no vision of what democracy is all about. They think it's all issue of money and money and money and deployment of the money to produce better results. So if you look at who are the bureaucrats, who are those managing the parties in Nigeria, the people managing the parties don't even know what building a political structure means. They think is just staying in office. I had the minister of FCT saying that the PDP were able to sell, form, and made about close to 14 billion naira, but they couldn't pay ground rent for their property of 7 million. So that shows you the reckless. The party system here is from top to bottom. It's not from bottom to top. The party system we are practicing is not the way the American presidential system run in the United States. So there's no idea. It's all about money, money,
and money.
So how do you, the average earning of the top civil servants in Nigeria, for you to earn 3 or 4 million naira a year, and somebody will pay 50 million to buy for? Politics is based on constituency interest. It's not based purely on the platform you're running. That will also have some tribute to your success. Let us look at the 3 candidates. 1, where do they come from in Anambra State? Soludo comes from Isuofia. He has only 1 ward in his political parish. The Okachukwu, his constituency has about 2 wards coming from the neighboring town in Nnewi. So then the man from Nnewi, who is Dr. Moralo, has close to 20 wards in his primary constituency. Then look at the local government distribution. Soludo comes from Old Aguata, which are 3 local governments. Moralo and Okachukwu, Dr. Okachukwu, are sharing 4 local governments within themselves. Now, Anambra is a place where most of the politicians have no constituency. You have to have a constituency. Where do you think your votes will come from? Is it the youth? Is it the intellectual group? Is it the working class? Is it those who you feel that can do mobilization? Soludo is a governor in Anambra State with less than 115,000 votes, where the registration is about 1.8 million.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on eVibes, where the vibes never stop, only on Signature TV.
The Igbo Agenda Dialogue, led by Chief Chekwas Okorie, held its second meeting in Abuja on Wednesday, affirming its mission to build a non-partisan platform uniting Igbo groups across Nigeria and the diaspora. The forum announced plans for the first ever Igbo political summit in ENUGU in early 2026, where an Igbo political charter outlining the nation's rights and aspirations will be officially unveiled.
The dialogue announced plans to host the first ever Igbo political summit in ENUGU in the first quarter of 2026. The summit will feature the formal unveiling of the first Igbo political charter, a document intended to articulate the political aspirations, rights, and responsibilities of the Igbo nation within Nigeria.
The dialogue also addressed long-standing structural and political disadvantages faced by the Southeast since the end of the Civil War, from disparities in state creation and local government allocation to boundary adjustment that weakened the region's economic base. Participants agreed that lamentation must give way to coordinated action.
The meeting noted with concern the long-standing political and structural disadvantages imposed on the Igbo since the end of the Nigeria-Biafra War in 1970. These include disparity in state creation that left the Southeast with 5 states instead of 6 or 7 like other zones. Unequal allocation of local government areas, 95 in the Southeast and 188 in the Northwest. Boundary adjustments that reduced Igbo landmass and transferred the major oil-bearing areas to neighboring states. These actions were identified as systemic attempts to weaken the Southeast economically and politically. The dialogue resolved that rather than continue lamentations, the Igbo must pursue coordinated political action within the framework of Nigeria's existing constitutional order.
With the 2027 elections approaching, the dialogue urged all eligible Igbo people to engage actively in the electoral process to regain political influence. It also confirmed that its political mobilization strategy will be presented at the forthcoming Igbo Political Summit for adoption in the new Igbo Political Charter.
The IAD resolved that all